welcome to one day national level faculty development program on reimagining business, future proofing commerce and industry through innovation. We're excited to have you here today. This program is designed to support your professional growth and foster collaboration. We look forward to your active participation and valuable contributions. Let's make the most of this opportunity to learn and grow together. I, Nomiraj, on behalf of Faculty Research Cell, Samshodhana, a wing of Jain deemed to be university, would like to extend my hearty welcome to all. I also extend my welcome to Dr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra, Registrar, Jain deemed to be university, Dr. Sagar Gulati, Director, CSNIT, Dr. Nilma M., Deputy Director in Charge, School of Commerce, Dr. Tahia Afzal, Senior Academic Coordinator of SHSS, to all the speakers of the day, heads, coordinators of different departments and schools, research team members, faculty members, and most importantly, participants from various institutions. I now request the prayer team to invoke the blessings of Lord Almighty to seek wisdom and inspiration as we embark on this journey.
गुरुभ्यो नमः हरिः ॐ नमो अर्हन्ताणं नमो सिद्धाणं नमो आयर्याणं नमो उपध्यायानं नमो लोहे सर्वसाहुनम् एषो पञ्च नमोकारो सर्वपापपनाशनो मङ्गलानं च सर्वेसिं पदमं हवै मङ्गलम् शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः
Thank you, prayer team, for that soulful rendition. Before start with today's program, I request the dignitaries, along with a few participant representatives, to come forward to light the lamp. Thank you all. I take pride in introducing Jain deemed to be university. Jain deemed to be university is an intellectual destination that draws inspired students from more than 38 countries to India's Silicon Valley, Bangalore. It was established with an aim to provide quality education and entrepreneurial development. A campus that is culturally vibrant with students from various states has contributed to the rich academic tradition of the university. Over the years, the university has made conscious efforts to build on its strengths and consolidate its achievements. JND Interview University is a member of Association of Universities of Asia and the Pacific and has also been awarded 5 stars in the Young University category in Karnataka by KSERF iCare Ratings and has received graded autonomy status by the University Grants Commission. The grant has been awarded based on A++ accreditation given by the National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Recently, Jain Deemed to be University had the honor of receiving the Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar 2023 by the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports, Government of India. Let me now introduce the School of Commerce. The School of Commerce, as part of Faculty of Commerce at Jain Deemed to be University, has been providing student empowerment, enhancement of values, enrichment of academics, and innovation for almost 3 decades. Its commitment to constant innovation is evident in various aspects of its operations, including global tie ups with organizations such as Association of Chartered Certified Accountants UK, Chartered Institution of Management Accountants UK, Certified Management Accountants USA, Institute of Analytics UK, and many more. Research oriented faculty members of the school inspire students from diverse countries to a stimulating learning environment. The School of Commerce places a significant focus on fostering a culture of research. Beyond academics, the school places a significant trust on extracurricular, co curricular, and social outreach activities, nurturing the holistic development of the students. The school curriculum framework is meticulously aligned with the principles of NEP 2020, reflecting commitment to a progressive education standards. Faculty Research Cell, Samshodhana, is an initiative of the School of Commerce and is aimed at enhancing the research capacity of faculty and students to guide researchers in disseminating, publishing, and applying the research outputs. The Faculty Research Cell is an instrumental in organizing webinars, FDPs, MDPs, workshop, national and international conferences, and extending consultancy services. This FTP today is organized in association with ICAI. The Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is a statutory body established under the Chartered Accountants Act of 1949 for regulating and developing the profession of chartered accountants in India. The ICAI is world's largest accounting body with a strong tradition of service to the public interest and the Indian economy. ICAI operates under the administrative supervision of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Government of India. It has a vast network comprising 5 regional councils and 176 branches within India. And it boasts a significant global presence with over 50 overseas chapters and 31 representative offices spanning 81 cities across 47 countries worldwide. During its 75 years of existence, ICAI has achieved recognition as a premier accounting body not only in India but also globally. ICAI is renowned for its high standards in technical and ethical areas and for its rigorous examination and education systems. With over 9.85 lakh students and 4 lakh members, ICAI is committed to delivering top notch education and fostering global accounting professionals. The Institute continuously updates its curriculum to meet international standards and contributes to national economic development by providing insights on financial and policy issues. ICAI's mission is to promote transparency, accountability, and good governance while upholding the integrity of accounting profession. Over a period of time, the ICAI has achieved recognition as a premier accounting body not only in the country but also globally for maintaining its highest standards in technical, ethical areas and for sustaining stringent examination and education standards. Since 1949, the profession has grown leaps and bounds in terms of members and student base. The one day national level faculty development program on reimagining business, Future-proofing commerce and industry through innovation is vital for preparing educators to navigate and impart contemporary knowledge in an evolving academic and professional landscape. AI in accounting enhances accuracy and efficiency, making it crucial for educators to stay abreast of these advancements to equip students with competitive skills. Sustainability is a global imperative, and integrating sustainable development goals into education fosters responsible and resilient future leaders. The digital transformation in taxation, driven by technologies like blockchain and big data, necessitates updated teaching methods to prepare students for modern tax systems. Skill development, emphasizing critical thinking, problem solving, and effective communication, is essential for student success in today's competitive world. This FTP ensures that faculty members are well prepared to adapt to these changes, providing high quality education that meets industry standards and societal needs, ultimately enhancing student success and fostering continuous professional development. A great leader is defined not only by their actions, but by the impact they leave on the lives they touch. I deem it my privilege to introduce Registrar of Jain Deemed to be University, Dr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra. Dr. Mishra's experience spread over 2 decades in various facets of academia. Being a vibrant leader in the course of his professional journey, he has gained proficiency not only in different aspects and nuances of teaching, research, administration, and institution building, but also in handling cross cultural scenarios as he has worked with people having varied backgrounds. Being a researcher himself, Sir has published his research in reputed national and international journals. I request the Registrar of Jain Deemed to be University, Dr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much for giving a detailed background of what we are gathered here for today, and also making an introduction. Good morning to all. Honorable Principal Officers, our uh, distinguished speaker for the day, Mr. Abdul Majid Sheikh, our head of the institutions. I can see Dr. Taya, Dr. Omar Khan, Dr. Srinivas sir. Nilma ma'am is always difficult to find, but she's there. Sheetal and my dear faculty colleagues. It's wonderful to be sitting in the class as a student. We are perceived very differently. The moment you put a tag that you are a professor or teacher, it is start being believed, and that's the professional hazard, that we know everything and therefore we don't need to learn. But if you, as a teacher, you try to reflect back, we are always under tremendous pressure to keep ourselves abreast with all the changes and be not only up to the date but up to tomorrow, because the students are coming with diverse background, and in this information age they are always trying to leave us behind, and that's good, because a successful teacher is one who has got the set of students who all supersede him in terms of intellectual impact, who do better than what the teacher has prepared, and that's the real pride. But as a teacher, we are always under tremendous pressure to learn. But the system believes that we don't need to learn, and that's a conflict. This is one side of it. Second side is, you see the pace of change that is happening across is something which is making everyone in any walk of life, in any role, to learn constantly. And it is not easy to learn and internalize. The changes are happening in such a pace, and complexity is increasing in such a manner that internalizing it, assimilating it, is just next to impossible. Thirdly, if you see the outcome and impact, we are preparing as a teaching institution and as a teacher, as a profession, we are very distinguished to shape the society, nation, and therefore the world as a whole. Everything that we do is not confined to that very moment in the class, but it has a ripple effect. It keeps growing. And that's how the knowledge has its impact. So if you see the impact and outcome, you find, I was just referring to some data, and out of all the unemployed people, I'm not talking of employability, I'm talking of unemployed people. We have got certain set of unemployed people. 60% of those are educated people. So in terms of degree and qualification, 60% of qualified people do not have job. We have various aspects. We do not get into the political connotation. Thus, as a teacher, don't you think that something has not worked well? With the education as a whole, we don't want to take side and put blame. As a whole, the education has not worked well, where multiple things has failed, and this is the context which we are dealing with, and it is going to become more complicated, because as you have got the theme, reimagining business, future proofing commerce and industry through innovation. I taught some session on AI also. The way things are changing, the robotics and AI are trying to take over the mundane job and various tasks. So whatever the uneducated people were being employed, they are also going to lose the job, because that will be done by robots and technology. So in this situation, we need to sit together, try to understand our context. One thing out of my experience and observation, I have noted that over a period of time, teaching is such a conditioned and controlled engagement, we reduce to being an operator than a teacher. I will explain it. Teacher is one who always in thinking mode. He is ahead of time. That's what is the real concept of teacher. He thinks in an integrated way. He thinks in a holistic way, and he is continuously thinking and trying to foresee what and how the things are happening. And that way, he is able to give the direction to the student and being a torchbearer to the society. But because of the way we are operating, you all will agree with me, because we all are part of the same system. The schedule, the syllabus, the assessment, everything is so time bound that we reduce to an operator. What does operator do? He has got a process to control, he has got a schedule, and he has got time. Where is that thinking? Where is that innovation? Where are we acting as a teacher to inspire the learner? Do we have the connect with the student? Are we actually knowing where the student is coming from and what's going in his mind? What is his challenge in terms of learning? Nor anybody think that what is the challenge of a teacher. This is a disconnect. And this disconnect is not intentional. It's not one person's fault. Don't get me wrong. The system is like this. And therefore, it becomes essential that we take time out, like we have taken it today, sit together, try to invite people who are from other walks of life, which we are not able to connect and leverage on in terms of learning. Sit and deliberate and discuss and try to see what's happening. Don't let us not lose out on our thinking and learning. Let us move towards a real teacher who is embodiment of knowledge, but he is also a visionary, not to reduce as an operator. This faculty development program is one such good initiative where we have collaborated with ICAI, which is one of the world largest association of accounting professionals, world largest. They have got their functions and operation across the globe, and they are catering to every single industry. They have got large clientele in terms of the individual companies, and they are doing the great job. They have the real-time challenges. They have the real-time understanding that what is happening in the industry, where this overall economic and business operations are leading to. Collaborating with them, sitting together, leveraging it, and then taking it to the class is one aspect. Second is just trying to share what is there in the books or in other archives of the knowledge is not good enough. We are very well aware that students are lacking in perspective. They are very microscopic. They are thinking in a very narrow way. They can only see what is immediately visible. And especially when it comes to trying the hands, they are all very hesitant. They have not tried the hands. They don't know how to initiate and act on. These two are the prominent, there are many you can count, but these two are the prominent missing links when it comes to engagement of a student and learning that we need to address without losing on time. And in this direction also, collaborating with an organization like ICAI can help us making it mandatory that every student will be working for certain hours, maybe a couple of weeks, couple of months during the semester, in between the semester, at the end of the year, whatever works out best so far as the schedule is concerned. But no student should move out with degree without having really being exposed to the work ecosystem. That is another very, very important aspect. That simple exposure changes entire perspective. He is seamlessly able to recollect and integrate all his understanding and try to see that how he can help or he can be of use in addressing some challenge. So to keep it brief, one thing is we need to think sometime, close our eyes, reflect, interact with our colleagues, and let us not accept being reduced to an operator. Being a thinking teacher, think beyond. It's a privilege. Learn more. Don't only think what is written in the syllabus. Try to make it useful, relevant to the time. Whatever is written in the syllabus is an outline. It is not final thing that you can't do anything beyond. Try to bring the newer perspective, make it more relevant and actionable to your students so that they become more relevant to the time. Second is collaborate with the relevant organization. Try to continuously learn about the latest change. Don't wait for things to come to the syllabus. It takes at least 5 years. And that is the time when everything is becoming obsolete. So try to continuously interact and engage with the professional bodies, the institutions, the industry, whatever is possible, and keep continuously bringing the new perspective. Thirdly, try to work out the means and ways that every single student should go with a requisite exposure, whatever number of hours or weeks or days are required in workplace. Nobody should be going from class to the workspace without undergoing the appropriate internship, apprenticeship, or training. So if we work on that, that will be a great use. Here I can see, I saw the spread of the sessions. They are very well chosen, from AI to the tax, from accounting patterns to other changes that has happened. They are all being covered. I think it's a good time to refresh. Let us, as we always are, because we, as a teacher, we are the forced learners. We have no choice. A student can always bunk the class, but we as a teacher has no option. So we are always a forced learners, but let it be more committed learner than the forced learner. Let us make it more voluntary. Make best use of this time. Think openly, frankly. Try to share whatever you want to clarify. You have got best of the speakers lined up. Interact with them. Try to connect during the session, beyond the session. Take their contacts, keep in touch, and try to get the best out of this opportunity. I'm sure these small interventions will make a big difference. Let us keep learning without any losing of time or without waiting for anything big to happen. I wish you all a wonderful learning, and let us come out of this session more inspired and more clearer in terms of our action plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for that insightful message. Dear participants, we will be now moving towards the first session of the day on AI-powered accounting. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome and introduce our esteemed guest for the day, CA Abdul Majid. CA Abdul Majid is a senior audit partner at PricewaterhouseCoopers Chartered Accountants LLP in Bangalore with over 30 years of experience. He has previously worked with PwC's Middle East firms and has extensive experience in assurance services for multinational and complex engagements across various industries, including retail, manufacturing, banking, and NBFCs. Sir is well versed in multiple GAAP and GAAP standards, including US GAAP, IFRS, and Indian standards. He holds a commerce degree and is a fellow member of the Indian Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Sir, I welcome you. And I request you to kindly accept a token of our gratitude. I request Dr. Jitendra Kumar Mishra, Registrar, to do the honors. Thank you, sirs. I request CA Abdul Majid to take over the session.
Good morning. So first of all, I just want to thank Jain School of Commerce and ICI for giving me this opportunity. And I was told since it's a research community, so obviously I did not make any power presentation. Better I can just interact, and then I can share my knowledge, I think what I've gathered in the last 35 years, and where exactly we are. See, before I just get into the accounting, I think we should understand what issues we are grappling with in the world. In 200 countries, not a single country you find it at peace today. I cannot even, earlier I used to see it's Bhutan. I understand that also is in trouble now. So where are we now today and why we are here? And if you don't fix certain things, where we'll head towards? Because it all impacts accounting. One of the greatest challenges I see is that accounting is looked at isolated today, which is a danger in my mind. I'll come back to you why I'm saying so. See, while many people talk to you about the two challenges facing the global, they will redefine how we are living in this world. One, obviously, climate change. If we don't act together, we have to face certain consequences, which everyone knows, and everyone is trying to do their best thing. The second one, I think everyone realizes, when I sit in any of the board, nobody can predict the technology where it will take us. So these are two fundamental changes. One thing which people don't talk about, in my mind, that's the biggest challenge facing this planet, which is inequality of income. If we don't get right that, we are in danger. And all these countries which are not at the peace, this is because of this inequality of income. I was just telling Sir, I think that I spend a lot of my time in countries which you don't even want to listen or the name. For example, Yemen, Syria, Libya, Iran, Iraq. And I was very clear in 2000 that 97 to 99 when I was there, these countries will struggle in a big time. Why I felt? Because of the huge inequality of income. That is a simple thing, right? So now, what is the role of an accountant there? Accounting can play a greater role in that. So obviously, I think the leadership which is required from the accounting body, how to address the third problem which is inequality of income. And every regulator is struggling with that today. Yeah. So I think I'll come back to it in terms of that one particular thing I want to talk about. The second one today, I think you also need to understand that the concept of country. When you look at the country, the concept was that the country has absolute control on three things. It has control on labor, capital, and information. Today, no country can say that we have control on these three things. The concept of physical or political landscape is no relevance for you today. I don't think so. There's any point saying the world map through physical lengths or political boundaries, because it has no meaning. As I said, no country can say that we have control. So how do I look at world map now to understand the problem or to understand, how the world looks like? You take the different parameters, the world map looks very scary sometimes. For example, countries which have natural resources, countries which don't have natural resources. Or for example, you look at the countries which are age population, young population, or the countries use internet. I think, literate, illiterate, you can see many combination in that. Then you will understand, I think, where we are heading towards. It's very, very important, because many times accountants are blamed that, look, you're just bookkeepers, you don't understand things. And I'll tell you why it was so. It was, and why it is not so now. When I did my BCom and CA, right, life was very simple. It was a historical cost accounting, right? I can easily know what I'm paying, what I'm buying, I'm recording. It's a very simple life. Today, that's not the case. The historical cost accounting we're left now, we move to fair value so much. It's extremely difficult for you to test or say what is the fair value and how long this fair value will be relevant, right? So if you look at half of the balance sheet today, it's all on your fair value. So who determines the fair value? The market defines. Who defines the market? set of actions and policies. And today, nobody can predict what event will happen tomorrow, which probably will just take out everything. I'll tell you some statistics. If you sum up, five Fortune 500 companies balance sheet, the sum total of all intangible asset is $20 trillion. It is nothing but almost 5 size of Indian economy. And if you look at, I think, the capital market of some of these big companies, Apple, Google, Meta, and all, they're almost clocking $10 trillion. Do they have $10 trillion in their balance sheet? They don't have. The market perceives them that their value, right? So now I think the real trouble is that without really understanding the broader ecosystem, you cannot understand the fair value. You can do the bookkeeping, normal bookkeeping, but you cannot understand the fair value. And if you don't understand the fair value, you'll not be able to do anything. I'll tell you one more statistics. When I see large balance sheet, there is no connect between the profit and cash flow. My profit is $100 million, my cash is $500 million minus. You can't see this in the normal business. Why? This is once again fair value. Because you have large unrealized gains sitting on your balance sheets, on your P&L account. And cash is like king. Many companies have gone bankrupt in the last 20 years. They showed huge profit, but they were not able to generate cash. That's the reality today. And we as an accounting fraternity, we just need to see how we need to. I'm not saying that the fair value is right or wrong, but I think we are more to fair value intangible so much, you're not able to assess the business properly. And with the broader ecosystem is changing, it's very, very difficult because everything has impact on your financial today because of this fair value. It's a political, geopolitical has impact, currency has impact, commodity has impact, inflation has impact, excess currency has impact, government debt has impact, everything is impacting. So it's become very complex. It's not no more, simple thing. So that's what I think when you think about it in terms of how to really get, I'll come to AI later, how we can get really on accounting, how to measure the performance has become itself is a problem now. And in addition to that, because I think we need to all understand, as long as the planet is there, you are always going to have frauds. I don't think so. You can say that we'll never have fraud. I think probably it'll become much more complex now going forward, right? So that I'll also touch base on that. So I think that's where you need to start thinking through from accounting perspective. It is not very easy, and you cannot become a good accountant without really understanding the broader thing. And what I mean by broader thing, I don't want to talk about some 50, 60 things. I want to just make it simple 5 things, which is how I always look at it from beginning. One is basically there are about 4 or 5 risks always interplay in the world, which you need to have back of your mind because they will have impact on your financial reporting ultimately. One is obviously the economic growth. Your all fair value will come through the economic growth. And within the economic growth also, there are 4 subsets in that. We got to actually understand because these all have impact on your financial statement, on your accounting. So in the economical risk or the first on economical growth, there are 4 important things. Whether the economy is really growing, is it creating jobs, right? What's inflation or deflation, and what's the government debt? These are the 4 simple things to understand that, because these all have impact on your financial statement. And once again, I think today, to be frank with you, there are many countries in the world that are bankrupt today. I'll tell you one example. If you measure the retirement cost in the developed countries and account that in their financial statement, those countries are bankrupt. All developed countries I'm talking about. All developed countries I'm talking about. And don't think that inequality of income, what I'm talking is only in India. 50% of the population in the US don't have $450 in their bank account. I'm talking about their own facts. So it's not only for India or some countries. So economical growth is these 4 things. I'm just trying to make you to think, where we are going wrong. I'll come back where we have gone wrong, why we have gone wrong. So one is economical risk, economical growth, and then 4 subsets I talked about, the growth, the employment, and then, obviously I talked about inflation and the government debt. And most of the government debt, I said, most of the countries are struggling today. That's number 1. Number 2 is obviously the technological risk. We don't know how technological risks are going to impact today. If you look at these cyber crimes, I'm just giving the data once again. It's very conservative data. The global economy is losing close to 750 to 800 billion dollars through cybercrime, and nobody publicly talk about this because this impacts, right? So I think it's going to multiply further. So I think technology has a good and also the ugly side of it. So obviously technological is the second thing, which is very, very critical thing and important. And now that's why many countries are looking at, from the data perspective, laws are coming through. You all know that. So that's on that. The third is actually geopolitical risk. Today, if you look at the world, the geopolitical risks are dominating. Whether the US, China, the Middle East, all of these things have impact. If you look at, I think I never imagined in my life about maybe 5 years back that US economy can have 5% inflation. Nobody could expect that Europe can have 5% inflation. Japan can have 6% inflation. Nobody expected. Because of this war, it has huge consequences in Europe because Russia was supplying the energy. Suddenly it went up. And if you look at everywhere today in the central bank, all the banks are holding interest rate very high, which is impacting growth in a way, right? So this is once again the geopolitical risk is extremely important from that perspective. And third, I've talked about climate risk, which obviously we know. I think I don't want to really go back. The fourth one I talked about the societal risk. Societal risk is something, if a country gets into societal risk, it will not come back for 100 to 200 years. That's my reading of history. If you take any country, for that matter, once it gets into societal risk, there's no U-turn for that. And there are many examples. If you look at, I keep going to many countries in Africa, right, from Angola to South Africa, Nigeria, Chad, beautiful countries with a lot of natural resources, but unfortunately, obviously, there's no governance. And the unique part in the Africa is that I think they have a lot of tribes. They keep fighting each other. So I think that's once again the societal risk, which is emanating from the inequality of income. See, a lot of things people talk about, if you look at, unfortunately, so obviously if you look at the globally today, the liberals are losing, the extremism are getting popular. Because obviously I think, a lot of, it's all happening because of inequality of income in my view. There's nothing to do with that because the hard fact of the life is that as long as a person's stomach is full, he can identify himself or she can identify herself as a Muslim, Hindu, Christian, all of this. And the moment the stomach is empty, that's it. This I have seen with my own eyes in some of these countries where I spent time. I'm talking about all these things. Ultimately, they all come back to accounting. Because of this fair value, because of this intangibles, all of those things. So it's very, very important for you to understand when you're doing your research, the broader, now I think I really don't know whether fair value will be there similarly or some changes are required. I don't know. There are a lot of, people talk about that. We have quickly taken, fair value to a level. And now I think what is happening, the corporate performance is measured quarter to quarter, which is not possible. Which is not possible. If you look at, I think what worries me is that 80% of the CEOs are get paid based on the profit. If that is the case, I think obviously the intention for that person to make something wrong is very high. And if you look at the credit crisis which happened in 2008 and 2007 and all of 2008 to 2011, a lot of studies were done. Why it happened? What are the root cause? There are no new findings. If you take 200 years or 1,000 years in history, it tells you three things where things can go wrong in corporate. The first is basically the risk management policies because you don't know your risk appetite. Number two, your governance, poor governance. Number three, I think the compensation policies. If your compensation policies are 80% variable, there is obviously a lot of pressure on you to do something, right? That's what now regulators are grappling with that. And also inequality of income is coming in there as well. I think and that's why I think if you see some of the disclosures which are coming through in the global, I think the median difference between the CEO salaries and employee salary, all of those things, right? So I think the regulators are also trying to do that, but an accountant has to play a critical role. I think I'll tell you that is a role, how we can really redefine and make sure that the inequality of income risk is addressed over a bit of the time. You're not going to do that in 1 or 2 days. Your income tax and all of those things, I think is all linked to that actually, because that's a pretty complex once again. So I think that's where you will see tomorrow accounting profession will be held responsible for this actually, that guys, you need to do a lot more, which is already happening. Even employment creation, a role will come for us. We should be all proud that yes, I think we are responsible, but are we really geared up to address that issue? That's where I think a lot of research is required, a lot of knowledge gaining is required, a lot of participation is required with the education institution and the corporates to get what we can do there. And also you need to start making your future leaders. I think to think in those lines. We all keep talking about sustainable, right? Now, with all of these issues, what is happening with the artificial intelligence? It's a very nascent stage. The biggest challenge in accounting today, which I see, as I said to you, that there is obviously, I think, the financial reportings have become very, very market driven. A long-term value creation is not there in the financial reporting. And then because of that, I think, obviously, a lot more data crunching which is happening to look at, like, for example, I talked about the fair value itself. Now, one thing I think at the outset, I want to just say this to you, that AI cannot completely replace accountants. Why I say the reason is that, look, I think to become a good accountant, you need two skills. And I don't think those two skills, as of today, AI can really master those skills. So what are the two skills? One, to make a sound judgment. AI cannot do that sound judgment. It still has a limitation because it looks at set of data. But in human mind, I think with Almighty's greatness, it can think out of the box. So human judgment is very difficult to replace at this point in time. I don't know what will happen tomorrow, but the judgment is going to be very critical. When I'm saying, I think the fair value stuff like that, I think intangibles, fair value, judgments are extremely important. So I don't think so. AI can help you to get to the judgment, but I think it can give the data to make the judgment, but I think it will not make the judgment. It can probably suggest you something. That's number one. See, for example, AI cannot tell you that tomorrow something will happen in Bangladesh. It'll not say that. It'll only give the indicators to you, right? So the second one is skepticism. An accountant has to have healthy skepticism. He or she needs to understand. That part is missing today. I'm not blaming anyone here. The way we have just now, people have been taught about, everything people take on face value. They don't critically understand, why this is there. What can go wrong here? So that healthy skepticism is missing. For example, if I'm showing a profit, why cash flow is negative here? And how this company will survive, right? So even a lot of people do all the typical ratios, still they miss out. So obviously the healthy skepticism and judgment, these are very, very difficult. Apart from the relationship, the emotion which are attached to it, I think accountants will continue to play a role, but the job will become slightly better from the AI perspective. And how is becoming better? What people are doing, I'll just give some context to it. One, obviously, I think most important is that a lot of AI has now been used in entire cash flow projection and management. Looking at scenarios. For example, if the interest rate goes up X, if I borrow something, where I'll be, or if interest rates goes down, if employment goes up, goes down, so a lot of data has been collected to just see that, how it is impacting my cash flows in my businesses, which is becoming slightly better. It's able to throw correlation. And is able to give better answer to that. Look, I think based on the past data, based on these things, this is what we believe it's going to be, right? So in cash flow projection, I think AI is playing a greater role in corporates. Similarly in forecasting, the scenario forecasting, I think a lot of AI has been used. Because see, I think if you look at every country has its own unique thing. So I think, if the corporate has a lot of, let's say, for example, investment in South America. And South America has a very unique thing, drugs, you all know that, right? So I think for the data, it's becoming extremely easy for the companies to look at the forecast and downside of it. Look at the worst scenario, right? So that's something which is I think I've seen in many things in forecasting. I think things like, workflow automations and accounting, which is a more mundane, I think it's already happened. Now, a lot of streamlining is happening because I see huge efficiency coming in. Productivity has increased significantly. Efficiency has increased significantly. Accuracy has gone up because of the AI, right? I think it weeds out the data. And the next one is, I think, the whole decision making. In decision making also, I think AI has been used a lot. So these are all initial, the stuffs are happening, which I'm talking about. It might probably lead to the next one. For example, see, the most important what I believe is that how can AI detect the fraud indicators? It's possible. It might indicate, right? For example, if you have industry, and then that industry is supposed to have particular performance measures, but it's doing something else, it can start giving you the alert to say that, look, I think something is wrong here in this data. So I think the fraud detection also, I think going forward, more and more it will be, used from the data analytics, right? So that's also I've seen, a lot of, initiatives are coming through in that. And apart from that, I think even from the investor perspective, the AI is playing a powerful role for investors. I think I've seen many softwares where I think for a particular industry, the investors are able to, benchmark and see which are the outliers. The outliers are because of their performance or something else. So I think in these areas, you will keep seeing more and more. Because the biggest challenge which I say is that I think, as from the beginning, if your intangible asset is, let's say, $100 million, is it really worth or not? And unfortunately, I'll tell you, I think there's one more debate going around. At least earlier, we used to amortize goodwill. Now goodwill, we do impairment test. Suddenly, one day, I think the goodwill vanished from your balance sheet, right? So I think those sort of things which are happening, I think accounting is thinking through whether it's better to amortize and just get rid of it, right? So I think you might see more and more in the fraud detection going forward in that area. So I think it's a great tool, but obviously, as I said, it will not replace the judgment. But for us, I think what is more important is that apart from the mundane bookkeeping which keeps happening, you need to look at the broader trend from your research perspective, how they're impacting. In fact, you can do a research to say that, look, I think which events have made corporate to fail? What are the key three or four key events, which have happened, big corporate frauds? If you can just link the big corporate frauds to the events which led them to go bust, then it helps you basically, I think, to get some trend. Maybe I think AI probably will be able to help you in that. So I think these are the tools which I see, I think, going to go forward more and more, and they're going to go into it more and more. But I think my only takeaway or request to you is that an accountant cannot be just a bean counter. They got to be very good in understanding the general stuff. If they don't, then I think they'll struggle. I think that's a task which we have right now. Because why I say is that I think why it is happening, when your education system has not really changed, when the big change happened from the historical cost accounting to fair value. Your teaching took some time. And today also, if you look at curricular of a lot of colleges, what 3 or 4 things I can play around in my valuation model to get to the value what I want? It's not been taught. Right? This is what is required. Suppose, for example, if I'm doing a fair value, let's say, for example, I'm doing the discounted cash flows. What's the 3 things I can do to get what I want? I can just simply change some terminal value here and there. Or I can just change some growth rate or discount rate. This has not been taught actually. When we sit with people who come, obviously, the practical applicability, because as I said, the skepticism is extremely important for you to start making students to understand. Don't take everything on the face value. You challenge, then you get convinced, or you need to ask for more information. I think that's what is required from your, your kind of curriculums and all your research which you've done. Because these 2 things, please keep in mind. Making a sound judgment is not that tomorrow it will come overnight. The sound judgment will come only through knowledge, and knowledge of world class. In fact, I keep telling people that if you want to really understand, I think at least you need to have good understanding of those 20 economies, what's going on with those economies, including the structural problems those economies are going through. Because today, I think without economics, you can't do accounting. Earlier, it was possible in my days. Historical costs, I don't care what happens, right? But now you can't do that. So I think this is some of which is I think the ask, and then hopefully I think AI will play a greater role. It's all started off right now, but one of the risks which people are downside risk which corporates and everyone is worried about the data security itself. how much data you can share, how much you can benchmark, because a lot of confidentiality you have, right? And also, I'll tell you basically, one other thing I just want to tell you this, which has changed significantly for businesses. When I started my career, your only stakeholder was your investor. You did not care about anyone, right? Today, the investors are least. Their expectation is only to a certain of your profit or dividend, but you have a lot more, other stakeholders. For example, customers, employees, suppliers, society at large. Today, I'll tell you, I think some CEOs refuse to talk about profit. Earlier, 20 years back, if you make good profit, that is the first line. Today, it will be hidden somewhere. The reason I'll tell you why it happened, I'll just tell you some example. Investors are asking, if you make more profit, are you cheating us? Simple. Just see how it has changed, right? They're asking whether you're cheating us. And I think I just want to keep it limited. When I was in UK, I remember that there was a report on Starbucks, which came saying that they don't pay taxes in the UK. It was a general report in the newspaper. Imagine the impact of it. In next 1 week, 90% of the people stop going to Starbucks. Look at the reaction of the customers. This is going to happen. The businesses are very sensitive now, right? I think on taxes, obviously, I think a day will come, the whole tax planning and all will just disappear. You just pay tax where you make your money. That's it, simple. We are going to head towards that. Because it also goes back to inequality of income once again, right? So obviously, I think, those things are going to happen, but these are also a couple of sensitive things. The point which I want to drive home here is that our stakeholders are much broader today. We are kind of responsible for everything, including society at large. So I think that's also, one has to really reconcile or recognize, and it's good for us actually that we have been asked to do that. So, you see more and more from that perspective. So IA has been used in that, whether it's investors or whether it's customers, suppliers, all of those things. In fact, the data science, the behavioral data science also is picking up. I will tell you, I think some of the companies what they're doing is that they can tell you exactly, based on set of parameters, what can happen in this location for next 5 years, so that I can prepare myself. I know in NBFC, they have done a data analytics in India of last many years, how the monsoon impacts that particular location. So they can tell you exactly, very accurately, how much bad debts I will have or non-performing assets I will have if the monsoon is below average in Uttar Pradesh, which is almost close to 80% accurate. So because of that past data, which is once again the data science is used to predict that, which is once again, I think, as I said, it's more of part of the forecasting. So these are the developments which are happening around, from that AI perspective, it will increase. So I think if you have any questions, I think I want to make interactive. So a couple of time I can have, I think if you have any questions for me, I think please feel free to just ask me, because I might touch base something which I have not really included in my short presentation. Any questions from your side or? Yeah, please go ahead.
My name is Monu Prasad. My question is, don't you think the AI tool will support for sound judgment between the stakeholders of any company?
Yeah. See, when I said, basically the AI will look at the data, what the data you feed. It takes all the data, it makes a decision. Yes, I think to a certain extent, it will not be all true. It will all be true, because in one problem, is that it's very, very difficult to predict future on past. That's where I'm just coming through.
So, but AI will not go for the predictions. It does the tool, whatever we have given the input, the data, the information, that is what is extracted in the as per our requirement.
Correct. So it has the information bias, and also it has the data which relates to past. I think there's out of box thinking, which you normally say. Suddenly something will come up to your mind. Your gut feeling, that is. That AI will not be able to do that. That only in human can understand. in between the line that, yes, I think I need to recognize this also.
That's what I mean to say, sir. It will support.
It will support. It will support.
It supports for decision making.
It gives you 90% data. Then you need to look at the 10%, whether how much you want to discount, how much you want to do that. So that's what I said. It will really help you in terms of making a sound judgment. Because earlier the problem was that we never had the data in a fashion which we want. But today the AI can dissect everything and give that data. Then with sometime I think it's 100% you might be able to do on that data. But it's still that human intervention is required. Till we get there, if you really want to get, to the, I don't know what sort of technological development happen, but at this point in time, what I'm seeing in the many corporates and many of the businesses, they take the input and then they do some additions and deletions to it. And then they put forward that this is what I want to do it. So for example, risk appetite AI will only, kind of tell you how much, what you feed. But in back of your mind, you want to just say that, look, I don't want to take so much of risk here. For whatever reason, maybe. Then people are doing those additions and deletions and taking those sound judgment. But definitely it's helping, making judgment much better than what in the past.
And the AI also will help us to minimize the frauds and errors, so in accounting.
Yes, Italy, and see, the point is that once again, see the cyber part of it. See, when you have AI, there are people who are much more faster than that. That risk is always there.
Yes.
So I think that's where I see, you need to have the balance and just look at, I think that's where I think it definitely helps if you don't do anything, if everyone is playing fair, it will help you. But you know that everyone is not playing fair.
Yes,
There, I think you just, it's still, I think it's been trained now. People are training with set up data to see how to identify the trends through which I think you can weed out this whole thing and get to the fraud. But, still we are not there. I think, but it's giving us sound data to you. It's benchmarking. It's looking at data. It's looking at a pattern. It's looking at abnormal thing. For example, somebody is passing some entries at night 12:30. Somebody is passing, some CEO is passing the entries, suppose he or she is not supposed to pass. It gives us data. That will give why he is passing at 12:30, right? So that sort of data analytics is there for you to help. Unusual trend it is throwing, which is making it easy for us to look at this. Even in audits today, what is happening is more targeted. Which are the areas which I see is unusual trends here? Let me focus first more on that. So it's definitely helping. There's no doubt about it.
So my last question. Any AI tool is used in India for accounting, so still today?
Right now, it's not widely prevalent in India, to be frank with you, because one of the areas where people are concerned is the data privacy. Many corporates, they're testing the water, but not publicly admitting to say that. And where people are using the data, I'll tell you, AI. People are using AI for workflow automation. Simple thing they are doing. Invoice processing, right? Business communications. I see a lot more is happening in the low-hanging fruit area. But if you ask me whether people are using AI for forecasting, not really. They're taking the input, but still I think they're not really doing that. When I look at India versus other countries, or even budgeting. In India also is taking, but not many companies are taking. Or cash flow forecasting. So I think slowly it will increase. But right now in India, I see more happening at the bottom of the pyramid. Workflow automations, processing, unusual trends, those are the things which are happening.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, you beautifully spoke about inequality across the globe. What is your take on inequality in India? And assume that you have been asked to give a suggestion for Government of India. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. What would you say for India to take forward inequality?
Yeah. See, what is all inequality of income? It all starts from something you have, you just build on from there, right? There are two fundamental things which are important to address inequality of income. One is the education. Availability of quality education to bottom of pyramid, which is a must actually. Which I think we are doing it, but obviously a lot more needs to be done. If you look at the dropouts which are happening around, obviously they are not able to, go forward. So I think somewhere we need to really think through how we can bring that access to education to the bottom of pyramid and just see, I think, holistically, which is being, it's just not government, even corporates are now, coming together on CSR and all. So I see more and more happening around that, okay? See, I think the other thing also, which I keep telling to many people I meet, I think some of the politicians, you cannot have your house secure in the street where the street is not in order. Simple thing. I might have a beautiful house with all security, when Prime Minister can just run off the country in 45 minutes. That's where we are today, right? So they understand. So to me, education is important, and secondly, healthcare. These are two fundamental things we need to start focusing upon, that how we can get access to quality education. See, unfortunately, it's a very good thing what you guys are doing. I think when I look at Indian education, once again, I'm not talking about against or for. We got to do more research. The number of research papers what we are publishing is far lower than intellectual capacity what we have as a country. If you ask me, the intellectual capacity of the country is twice of the entire world population and world intellectual capacity. We have that. But unfortunately, people are getting into mundane things because obviously nobody keeps paying you for research. That's why I keep telling many people that unless until corporates work, you keep saying that no research, but unless you go and pay. If you go globally, I think they get paid. They get paid, and not that every research will have some output. 90% research may not have output, but you need to spend for it, right? Then only the 10% output will come through. So I think education and healthcare is a critical thing. Number two. And third thing, basically, I think one other thing we're not able to really address is that historically in Indian context, how to get that. See, in India, almost 50 to 55% people depend upon agriculture, which is by far the highest. And it contributes just about 60 to 70% of GDP. So that's still, I think, that stigma we have. And unfortunately, I think we were doing well. The COVID hit us back. Once again, people went back there. So that's the other thing, how structurally we can look at this over the period of time to bring this agriculture, people who are depending on agriculture through the mainstream. But for that also we need to create the jobs, whether it's in services, whether it's in manufacturing. So I think these are 2-3 things which are obviously there from that perspective. And also I think on tax side, see, to be fair to the government also, we as an accounting profession, we need to also think of how government can augment its revenue base so that it can deploy capital in that. So it's a long process. I think that's where I think every country is trying to think through. And also what is happening is that there is a, you can say, myth or whatever maybe. I think COVID has taught one lesson, which is self-sufficiency. Because I was told by my own colleague partners in Singapore, they were starving in COVID. They had money, but there was no food because they were importing, right? And they were all struggling. Now what Singapore started doing, that they started doing their own agriculture on top of their houses now. So I think that's what's happening. Because the farmer, for example, everything was in India now. So many farmers have moved into Germany and all because. So I think this all keep happening. But these 2-3 things we just need to focus. But also I think we need to also look at how we can increase, how we can work on, taking the quality of our education further up through research, through practical trainings. Because I was saying, I think in the morning also that when we see people coming through, they know subject, but practical applicability of that into a real scenario is very difficult for them. For example, if BCom student comes, if I ask him that, can you tell me which are the 2-3 most difficult accounting standard you think to implement? They'll look at you. I expect them to clearly tell me that revenue recognition is the most difficult standard, consolidation is the most difficult standard, financial statement is the most difficult standard. So that every standard they take equally. So we need to just what I keep saying, skepticism. So which standard I can make, companies can make fraud. 90% of the fraud in the world has happened because of revenue recognition, right? So those sort of things are required from practical, perspective, so that I think they'll become much better to think through, because that intellectual thinking is required. Any other questions? Yeah, please. Yeah.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
When it comes to artificial intelligence in banking sector, in order to maintain unbiased and being fair, so if we take the recent cases of this Mr. Nirav Modi and having a separate debt tribunal
Yeah.
from Punjab National Bank.
Yeah.
How is it going to, keeping aside the politics or influence or
Yeah.
of the person, whatever,
Yeah.
aside,
Yeah.
how does artificial intelligence
See-
can help in mitigating
Yes.
such huge risk, which is directly contributing to the
Yeah.
economy of
Yeah.
the nation
I'll
by
tell you-
one person?
Yeah, what is happening is that I think banking system, see, um, the AI is predicting the credit risk very well now, the behavior. I'll tell you, basically, it's analyzing the lifestyle of a person. I'll give an example to you. When you look at banking, old banking, when I used to do old bank audit, KYC, I'll look at Aadhaar card, I'll look at income tax return, I'll look at this, I'll look at that. And that's what. Today, the AI is looking at what SMS I get, what social media account I have, what are my views on my social media account, and what sort of my income where I spent is characterizing me whether this guy is a risky guy or a conservative guy. Yeah, CIBIL score is one. It takes everything. It takes into account. It takes income tax return, PF, your social media, your Facebook, your Instagram, your messages, your spend, your family background. Everything in take into account. It puts this person into a bracket that this man is a conservative, or is a moderate risk, or is a high risk guy. From that, even for businesses, it's doing. For example, banks are giving loans, it's analyzing to say that, look, this guy doesn't have the expertise in this particular area at all. See, what happened in Indian context, we look at frauds in India or anywhere else, it's all happened from the corporate pressures. You have to have corporate pressure, you want to maintain your share market, you want to please your investors, you want to make profit. But if you analyze the corporate from India and corporate frauds in India, they all have happened. Good business guys went and burned their finger in business which they never knew. For example, airline, telecommunications, green energy. If you look at all the frauds that are happening in this area, because good business, family businesses which are run, they went into these businesses to think that, look, I think I can turn around and then I can make money because these are all growing sectors without having the experience. So I think this is really, this is where I think the AI is also helping to characterize that whole thing, the groups. So still, I think it's early stage to look at it. Even it's looking at which country you're investing. I know that one of the bank which they were doing, they're just telling me that the AI helped them to just identify the investment in those countries at so high risk, they refused to give. I know the country was UK. It was not some Somalia or something like that. So it is helping. So yes, I think it will get there now. It will get there obviously, but it all gives the data. See, in India, I think the biggest challenge which I see is that if you look at the frauds in the banking sectors, is all happen on the big ticket loans. Big ticket loans were given for some businesses which you don't really have clear path of making profit. I was telling someone why startups in India fails compared to Israel. 9 out of 10, 9 fail here. Two reasons for that. One, we don't have the original idea. If you look at Israel, best country. If you have 10 startups, 5 will succeed, at least 4, 5 will succeed there. In India, I think what is happening is that sometimes I think we have original idea, or sometimes we don't have the original idea. The biggest challenge which I see in startup, one, there's no clear path to profitability. You can't have free money all the time, right? You can have for 4 years, 5 years. And the biggest thing I'll tell you, I think, is what I think is that the two important things for any business to succeed and stay relevant for a long. One is that business should know its risk appetite. If the business doesn't know the risk appetite, there also AI is helping today. As I said, the risk management policies are so critical for your businesses. You need to say that even if the business goes down, I'll still survive. So you need to know the risk appetite, number one. Number two, if country has to progress, see, if you look at top-notch companies, why they're relevant? They go to the deathbed and come back. The reason is strong governance and culture. A small person, an employee at the floor can tell the CEO that you are doing wrong. When I look at East to West, East is more closed economy. Nobody questions. For example, look at Japan. If you look at West, A simple guy can tell you that you're doing fraud here. He has the ability to tell that. So that openness is also, I think, one of the important trust transparencies, and this governance plays an important role. So that at least people know what risk you are taking, why you are taking it, whether you know the risk appetite. I think this is where I think many corporates are failing. Because the business has to innovate, business has to get into new areas. But you need to also look at, I think, whether you really have that appetite to go there. Because sometimes it will be capital intensive industry. And if you don't know the clear path of profitability, I think you're going to be in trouble. But AI is helping in that area also. A lot of data has been churned out. For example, in one company was trying to invest in airlines. They told me, I think I was quite surprised. For 100 years, the AI analyzed the data of all the airlines in the world. It only said that 3% of the airlines are profitable because of this reason. And that company decided not to go there. So I think it helped in a way, because they said that, look, I think we don't have this at least. Because they were thinking that in India we'll have some 500 airports, so many aircrafts, we can also get into it. It's that work. But when they looked at the data, they said, look, I don't think so we can take that risk. The failure rate, the business failure rate, AI predicted 70% for that company. So yes, it is helping. Any other questions? Yeah, please go ahead.
Initially, you discussed about the fair market value of intangible assets.
Yeah.
And majority of the companies nowadays, they are aiming profit maximization. Totally, you said it totally affects the profitability of the company because fair market value, it's not predictable properly. So in that way, how it is going to be reflected in future and how it is going to be reflecting in accounting, particularly in accounting part I require.
Intangible assets you're talking about.
Intangible assets.
You can just give the mic.
The companies are aiming majority because wealth maximization is not a factor nowadays. Profit maximization is the profit nowadays.
Yeah.
Majority of the companies, as per the company's point of view or investors' point of view, when we are talking about the profitability is the main criteria means.
Yeah.
When as per the booking section, the majority of the companies, because they are not keeping the exact book value, or sometimes it affects the fair market value. Said fair market value is totally affecting the profitability.
Yeah.
How it is affecting, what will be the reflection in future, how it is going to be reflected in accounting.
Yeah. See, I think what happens is that if you decide an accounting choice, the fair value gain or loss I will take to profit and loss account. The choice is given to you in standards. You can either take through OCI, or you can do it just at a historical cost, or you can do it the fair value. All three options have been given to you. Now, companies which are the new age company, so they will obviously look at this third option where they can take to profit and loss account, my gain or my loss. For example, let's say you have investment and you start a subsidiary for you. Neither it's an associate or joint venture for you, it's just investment. But you believe that this investment is going to multiply in future. I think you want to do the fair value for that. So that will go. Or a bank suggests that, okay, look, I think out of my 100 loan book, 50% always I can trade. So they'll say 50% I can take it forever. So it's accounting choice given based on your business model. You need to look at your business model. Now, see, what is happening is that I think I'll come back to one bit. I think, let's say, for example, you are historical accounting itself. You're not doing anything to fair value. Goodwill you have. What the standard talks about, goodwill you have to retest for impairment every year. That's what the standard talks about. And you do the impairment test and you say that, look, it's not impaired. But assumptions, what you are doing, who is going to validate assumption?
Which are the points impairment loss will affect the fair market value of intangible assets?
Sorry?
Fair market value of intangible assets, how the impairment loss is going to be affected.
If it's impaired loss, it will come to a P&L account. Suppose if I have a goodwill, you assume that the goodwill is no relevant tomorrow, the entire amount goes to a P&L account. So companies will try not to put there. Because suppose, for example, I have business. I know very well that business doesn't generate any profit in future. What I will do, I will give a rosy picture in such a way. Look, it has a lot of future value. I'll say this is a growth is going to happen. So I can build, because the end of the day, fair value is nothing but based on future. Right? So future, you will say that I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, and I'll be here, and then you will do the discounting of it, and still you show the much better picture. See, in fair value, I think it's very easy to, I shouldn't be using this word, very easy to fool people. and accountants are becoming victims. Reason being that we don't have that broader knowledge what these guys are talking about, right? If somebody tells me that in Japan, I'm going to sell the luxury goods X, I know that 70% of the population is 70 years old. Nobody's going to buy I think, LV bag and 70, 75 years old. So these are the basic questions people are not asking. How can you expect this country to grow when 70 to 80% is age population? So I think this is where you can be easily trapped in the fair value game, and that's why I see many times suddenly in 1 year the hit comes. The new CEO comes. He said, "Boss, I don't know what these guys have done. I want to just take it to the P&L account." They just take it to P&L account and move away because they said I should not be held responsible for that. So that way, I think this in fair value, it's easy for someone to really kind of misstate the numbers, and most of the frauds are happening in that. By the way, what worries me is that as an accountant, if you say asset to me, the first question I'll ask is that how much it will fetch. That's a criteria for me. Goodwill, how much it fetch, I don't know. And also just imagine the customer preferences are changing. I'll give you an example from your own example. When Zudio came in, many retailers are struggling now. Their sales have come down drastically because Zudio is able to sell at 1,000 rupees. Everybody is going there. People are talking about big brand. Their brand sales have gone 90% down now. Just in a matter of 2 years. So which business will go through, we don't know. Some innovation will come through suddenly. Like for example, Nokia, it's not there today. We all talked about, they introduced the whole mobile. So I think this is where I see a risk for accounting profession. If we don't understand the broader ecosystem and challenge enough at all the levels to say that, does it really fetch you? I think that's where I was coming from. That's a real worry for me. Because if I have fixed asset, land building, I know. At least machinery, plant and all I can visualize. Oh, it's there, land is there, building is there. But most of the new age companies, you just look at what happened to Nvidia's market price. Went to $3 trillion, now it's come to 1.5 trillion. How many investors would have lost some money in that whole thing? And what worries me about Indian capital market, I'll tell you. When I used to look 20 years back, Indian capital market, the data I'm talking to you, 50% was owned by promoters, 20, 25, 30% owned by foreign institutional investors, other 10% by Indian retailers, and some 5% by domestic institutional investors. The thing is changed now. In the last 10 years, the promoters holding average has come down from 50, 60% to 30%. Okay, it's reverse. And who is investing? Domestic institutional investor, a person who runs an auto, he has SIP. He's putting the money in the stock market today. Just imagine if the stock market collapses, it's not that big guys are going to get burned. These guys are going to get burned. Which is not good for country, because what happens is that if that happens, your faith in the stock market will collapse. Then you'll go with traditional, gold, land, the capital accumulation is not going to happen. So I think these are some of the aspects. I think this is one, I think that's what SEBI keeps talking about that. So from that perspective, it becomes extremely important, to just as accounting profession for us to look at that. Because our job is to just say that the financial reporting is fair. Although standard talks about you need to disclose all the assumptions, everything. But imagine normal investors will not be able to understand that. If you look at today's financial statement, we ourselves struggle to read. 300 pages, nobody knows actually what is there in there. So some of these, is very, very important from our perspective to just look at what can be done in that area for investors' protections. Or there are certain investors who want to take the risk, but you need to tell them the risk. Are you disclosing those risks? Because, for example, you have a new business, you don't know. Look, you might hit a lottery or you just lose the entire money. So those are the things which I think, especially on intangibles and fair value, it's extremely critical for us to just get it right, or at least make sure that the reporting which happens is fair.
My second question is regarding the taxation, because related to the CA and chartered accountant. My question is how that defaulting old resume, because as per India's concern, nearly 48% of the revenue was earned through the taxation only. India's revenue, based on India's revenue, 48% they are collecting through the way of tax. But how that new resume is going to improvise? Because as per the statements of Sitaraman's, openly she's told based on new resume only 1%. Overall India only 1% like. But how the government is going to implement from 2030 onwards, it is only a new, the defaulting old resume is not at all applicable.
Yeah. See, the biggest challenge in Indian taxation, how many people pay tax in India? Direct tax. 3% people pay direct tax. Only 3%. And who 3%? Salaried class people. I'm very blunt here. Right? Is it sustainable? It's not sustainable. The government either has to borrow, or the government has to start looking at ways and means to look at why tax is. At one side, I'm saying that my GDP is growing so much, but taxes are down. It's not going to resonate with any government for that matter. So the problem for us is that basically, I think, this whole.
I'm going to particularly, as per your statement, salary people are paying the tax, but their concentration is always on old regime, and we are getting chapter 6, the deductions part we are going to get.
Yeah.
But and after 2030, there will not be much. Majority of the sections are abolished as per the new regime.
Yeah.
Then how the government is going to get the benefit in that?
See, what they're doing is that I think one way to look at it is like this. They want to increase the tax base. Our tax base, direct tax base, we need to increase. Because of this, too many exemptions, too many incentives, which are not really eating the results anyway. So what they're saying, okay, let me have a lower tax rate and no exemption, so that you don't have to worry about. See, many businesses say that I don't want all this exemption. Why this exemption came through? Because my tax rate was very high. So people try to avoid, because if your tax rate is low, they incent you not to do that, right? So I think all over the world, what people have done is that let's do the simplification of income tax, get out all the incentives, get out all the deductions, make it more simple, reduce the rate, and increase the base. Now, where we are losing the tax today, corporate tax, I think people lose because there are opportunities available to.
Permanent establishments are totally affected.
Sorry?
Permanent establishments.
That's what I'm saying. What is happening is that companies are trying to work with the tax laws to have money in the countries where there's low tax or no tax. That is the biggest issue which is there before the world. Now all the countries are coming together to say that, look, I think this is not fair. Let's dismantle these things. Now there's a huge amount of pressure on the tax havens. And some tax havens have not said that, but 2030, my laws are going to be very different. So I think people will not keep monies in those tax havens. It will come back. So I think government is looking from multiple angles. One, I think tax havens, making laws very simple, taking the exemption, increasing the base. I think if that happens, even if the base increases, because most of the revenue of the government is coming through the indirect tax today, which is anyway not a progressive in nature, regressive in nature. So I think those are things which they are trying to do, not only this country.
Savings attitude of the fighters.
Sorry?
Savings attitude, because the new resume is giving free up to 7 lakhs.
Yeah.
The savings attitude of the middle income class, how it is going to affect? Because 2.5 lakhs means majority of the people, if income is increased, means they are going for the saving procedures to get the deductions.
Yeah.
There is no much deductions in that place.
Yeah.
Then the savings attitude of the people is going to be affected according to you, or it is going to be continued in the same way.
See, saving rates anywhere depleting. It's not only India. I'll tell you that in India where we are now, when I was a kid, obviously our ambition was to have a house, a car. Today, I think most of the middle class people have this already. It's given. When kid comes in, I think he's just making sure that the work-life balance, I want to enjoy, I want to do this. So the saving habit is anyway depleting in India. You will look at our investment, our saving rates have come down drastically over the period of time. It's not because of anything else, because how people preference have changed.
Because of the culture changes?
Yeah, culture changes. Migration culture, because they're able to see the world. So I think people have, see, when you have the basic thing, right? The house, you have everything, you don't want to really look at it in terms of building one more or something, right? And now people are saying that, okay, I don't want to buy the car, I'll have Ola. I don't want to buy this, I can take gold on rent. People have different, see, customer preference is changing now. especially the young. So obviously they're saving, people want to retire at 45 or 35. Nobody can imagine, right? We are still, I think we are working here. So I think that's how the culture has changed. Saving rates have come down. I think one way saving is important for the country, but at the same time, the consumption is also important for the country like India, because we are not export-led economy. We are a consumption-led economy. If people spend money, we grow. But obviously, I think whether they're spending the right way or wrong, that's something different thing. But the only thing that people should not take too much of risk and debt. Where my worry is basically that people taking loan and going to abroad for holiday. Because I can understand people taking loan for marriage, taking loan for a house. I can all understand that you're creating something. But I've seen nowadays kids are taking loan and going to Thailand, coming back, and after they lose a job, that's all. Because the average debt of the Indian house used to be below 20%. Now it's hovering around 50% average debt. But if you look at US economy and all, because that's why they go through shocks, it's almost over 80-90%. I think there, because too high, I figure.
The next question is, earlier we used to teach for our students only for Schedule 4 and Schedule 6. But that is a benefit for the student because nowadays many multinational companies set up their business and they are following their own accounting procedures. In that way, which are the places the students want to learn some of the basic or advanced procedure in accounting?
See, I think the best thing to, of course, I think the Schedule 3, Schedule 6 are all part of your company, is that it talks about bare minimum. See, earlier what was happening, if you look at Old Companies Act, the Companies Act was, above the accounting standard. Now the accounting standards are above the Companies Act in that way, because now Companies Act itself gives, because accounting is changing. See, one of the biggest problems with accounting today is that accounting is not able to keep pace with the business changes. We are always reactive mode. The business changes, then we'll try to see. For example, airline companies, balance sheet, there were no fixed assets because everything they were taking on the lease. So we brought lease standard, right? So I think like that. So obviously there's disconnect. One thing what you should really in education system, because now people are becoming global, they should definitely know the difference between the US GAAP, IFRS, and accounting standard. What are the difference and why they are different? This nobody is teaching. In industry, that's what I want the student to know, that I think, look, you're operating like an international guy here. You got to know which are the 4 or 5 key differences, why those key differences are applicable to India and what, because our country is like that. For example, we made a lot of concession in the Forex, because obviously, I think, we still have the restriction on foreign currencies, right? So I think that's, apart from this, the Schedule 3, Schedule 6 and all, they need to understand the fundamental differences, why they're happening and how they're impacting the performance.
Nowadays, our students are facing the multinational companies.
Yeah. Yeah.
Definitely, they are in a position to give their own requirements.
Yeah.
So, in that case, which are the places we have to change our syllabus?
See, that's what I said, accounting, irrespective of what the student is, the first thing the student should know, what are the gaps, what are the 3 major gaps in the world, which is obviously you look at Indian accounting standard, Indian accounting standards, fine. Then the second one is IFRS, third is US GAAP. These are only 3 gaps. The student should, by BCom, he should know that, look, these are the differences in the standards. Then he can go and apply for the US company, he can go and apply for the UK company, or he can go and apply for the Indian company. He can say clearly. See, when shared services are there, today large shared services are there, right? All shared services are there here. That's what they ask. Look, I think I'm the US accounting guy here. My books are maintained in the US GAAP and you don't know anything. I need to retrain you once again. But if you have this available, they'll be ready to come and pick up like a hotcake. That's what they need for in this. So I think that's why I say the broader understanding is required in accounting, as opposed to just very restricted to Companies Act and all of this thing, which is very important. But at least at the outset, you should have some syllabus to give the broad comparative, the changes, why the carve-outs have happened and what is the reason for it. Then they understand much better. I think that's what I think you should look at, because that's what industry is looking for. Because you have a large audience here. You have Indian companies, you have multinational, you have shared service centers, you have big accounting firm. So with multiple accounting disciplines, it's always easy. And anyway, students are also today doing ACCA, they're doing UKCA, CPA. It'll help also them for them. Because see, one thing we need to understand, that the more and more world accounting population is going to become aged. India has an opportunity. with an accounting talent. But the key question we need to ask that if somebody goes to Australia tomorrow, whether he can operate in that environment. Forget about tax laws and companies that I'm not talking about. At least accounting. He knows that, look, because basic accounting remains the same all over the world. There are a few changes that happen. I think that's what we should start focusing on that, so that they'll become more relevant to the market.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. I have one question.
Yeah.
Does really the AI governance model can contribute towards eliminating the issues existing in governance operational mechanisms?
See, I think in terms of, the most important thing is that the governance comes from a culture. The culture, what you're building in the organization is critical, actually. AI can help you to say that, I think, what sort of culture I think is not desirable in the company. It'll aid you, basically. Look, these are the good governance. I think this is what has happened. It'll give the history to you. It'll give the issues to you. It'll tell you what has happened to the companies, which, and also please understand, governance is just not for corporates.
Yes.
Governance starts from your own houses. Good governance house will always grow. Bad governance house will always collapse. That's a life of simple thing. So governance is at that level. I think obviously when students are coming through, they come from the diverse background. So I think governance at all level is important. Whether it's the houses, whether it's education institutions, whether it's a corporate, whether it's a country. So it's extremely important because that's a block. Because if you look at today the failed countries, every year I see 2 or 3 countries are failing. The reason is only governance. There's no governance as such, right? So the AI is helping with the data point, but building the culture, it's ultimately the organization. How they want to build the culture. I think that's boiled down to organization. And organizations are now doing very well because earlier culture was not taken so seriously. But now I think people are realizing that culture can redefine. So many corporates are now having special emphasis, trainings, courses on culture, what culture, and also this whole inclusive development which I spoke about. It all goes back to, once again, the sustainable leadership to look at inequality of income. So I think it's doing it, but more and more you see, going forward doing that. It just throws the data at this point in time.
Yeah, thank you very much, sir.
So it all boils down to governance.
Yeah. See, I think in accounting, I'll tell you, with my 35 years experience, I'll tell you only 3 things. That's how I look at it. If you have 3 things in your mind, you are safe. The first and foremost is the risk management. You got to take the risk in life. You can't say that I'll not take the risk when we are born. I think there's a death risk here. We got to take the risk, but we need to know our appetite. Look, boss, my appetite is very clear. I have to here go. Corporates are failing in that. They are defining the risk so high. If the risk happens, they just collapse. But there are certain corporates are very good in that, they manage. So one, I think you need to be absolutely clear about risk management. Anything you do, bank, company, anything, even houses also, for that matter. The second is the governance, the checks and balances. And the culture. What checks and balances they have, what culture they have built in, and how they are really kind of, this whole thing is operating, whether it's right from the independent directors, the auditors, the audit committees, the internal auditors, the promoters, the government, everything. Because corporate governance is not one person's job here. The third thing important is that, how you punish behavior, which I talked about the compensation policy. If you are telling me that 80% of my salary depends on profit, there's an intention for me to do something wrong. And the average life of the CEO is 2 years. 2 to 3 years, the guy will be there. And if you're going to see, that's why I think now in India, the CEO salary of the bank is approved by RBI. I don't think so any other country in the world. That's why I think our banking system is still strong. They have the checks and balances. Person who rose Companies Act, hats off to him, I think he has thought 100 years ahead of the time. But how you implement, that's a question. So I think the compensation policy, risk management, governance, compensation. Because these will define, it will also impact your financial reporting, fair value. Because for example, if you have good governance, the risk of fair value will not be there. There are checks and balances. But if the governance is not there, the fair value risk is very high. It's all interlinked.
The balancing only risk management can be improved.
Sorry?
The balancing part.
Ah.
You can identify, you can eliminate the risk.
Yeah, you can. You can minimize to a large extent. You can minimize to a large extent to say that, look, I think this is what it is. And that will cascade down also. Then I think the culture will build there. At the same time, I think you need to also give equal importance to innovation. Because if you don't have innovation today, you can't survive. So everything you need to do, I think there has to be balance. That's where I think companies can get it right. If they don't get it right, I think they'll fail. So any other questions? Because I want to make more interactive. I gave the broad outline of the whole thing. Yeah, please go ahead.
One basic question is that AI-powered accounting, whether we should look into innovation or invention.
Yeah, whether you need to look at.
Invention or innovation.
See, we need to look at both.
If you take a sustainability goal, 2030 is your goal
Yeah.
to achieve.
Yeah.
How we can take it? Is innovation or invention?
See, you have that goal.
Particularly, account will be using that particular tool.
See, you have your goal. Now, how you want to get to that goal? At the same time, you want to also look at other levers which you want to maintain, whether it's your expense, your R&D expenses, your profitability, your cash flows. So you have to take that balanced view, right? I think from that perspective. So AI is only helping you to get there. That look, I think you have this goal. For this goal, you can have 2 or 3 paths you can take it. Now, those paths you can decide which path you want to take it. For example, you might say that, look, I want to invest more on R&D. That's my requirement. And I want to be profitable. Then you need to look at your top line on your pricing.
So nowadays is that some tools will do all your Excel work and the analytic work also what your accountant was doing. Where I only personally use. For example, I use more than 10 tools which is doing this activity.
Yeah.
Now, if I use that particular data as my result in your companies, whether it is worthy or it is not.
It depends. I think, if you're using the data and giving to me, see, end of the day, see that you have the data and you have done all the analysis, and the conclusion you're throwing to me. The only question which I'm going to ask is that whether the conclusion will be relevant from my perspective, from my own knowledge. See, one thing you remember in AI, it's what data you give to it. The biggest disadvantage of AI, it cannot think out of the box. It only thinks what data you fed it. Right? The question is the completeness of data itself. Yeah, if you eliminate the bad data and only get the good data, it'll only give the good result to you. So to that extent, it's limitation. It just does what you want it to do. See, what might happen tomorrow, I'll tell you. Now you have the AI agent, right? If the agents start talking to each other like humans and trying to build something, then we are lost it. Then we can't have control on that. That's the risk which I worry about AI. At this point, I'm not worried about AI. Where I worry about AI is that the 2 agents or 3 agents or 5 agents, they talk to each other and they just understand and they just do something without your intervention. That means they have taken over you. Right? I think that's where I think we don't know whether we'll go there. That's why I think people are very worried about. If you don't have the laws to control these agents, it's very difficult to do anything. For example, autonomous car. Tomorrow it makes an accident. What you can do to that? Nothing you can do that. So some of these things are kind of still we don't know the clear answer. That's why I think regulators are saying that we need to have a broader ecosystem. But my limited point is that I think whenever you do these tools and data, just be skeptical. Be skeptical that is it really throwing what you expect or it's something out of your imagination you are getting wrong. And many times it also gives the wrong answer because the data is wrong. I'm looking at something else, but I'm giving the data something else. Yeah.
Now, one more question is that you have said that Zodio has been in the market, they are taking a market share. For example, as an accountant, I will be existing in business. I should be preparing the accounting for the business.
Correct.
If this is a situation in a market, no accountant will be having a job. If it is one monopoly is created in a market where accountant will not be having a job.
No, I think the question what I alluded to is that the customer preference are changing so much. It's extremely difficult.
Keeps on changing. Accountant will not be. He should be shifting a job.
Not shifting the job. See, as an accountant, you should think through that it might impact my company.
No.
Can I go and talk?
Recent data says that your job, what as they are into current job, they are shifting the jobs
Yeah.
because of this market changes.
Yeah.
This is happening.
No, see, I think that's basically, if the businesses are not doing very well, obviously you don't have any future there. And even for that matter, if the business is not doing very well, people will start looking at what I can do there, right? Because my growth will be limited.
As a student, I will be learning passionately that I should be into that accountant job.
You can be an accountant job. If the business is not doing very well, if it's burning cash, it will not be relevant after some time.
So what is the scope in India as an accountant? What is
See,
the scope?
scope is there for India. See, as long as you reskill yourself, which I talked about. See, for example, if you know that I know all the gaps, broadly, I know all the gaps. I know all the accounting kind of nuances. I know the reporting nuances. You'll be always sought out. See, that's ultimately depend upon a skill and how you reskill. Just not skilling, reskill, because everything is changing. To me, I think that's critical. When people look at, they'll just look at what this person can contribute to me, to my table. Apart from AI, see, some people ask me whether AI will take over accountant job. It'll take over. Yeah, it'll not so, because obviously that element of judgment, element of all I talked about. But what happened? The routine job it might be able to replace. Invoice processing, collection follow-up.
The level 1, level
Yeah,
2.
those it will might impact, but the higher level. So obviously people have to skill from here to here. See, any country has to become developed country. The citizens have to become more knowledgeable. No more research oriented. Then only the country can become developed country. We can't become developed country just because I think we're a big country. It's not going to happen. So any last question?
So it's very. There's a country called United Arab Emirates. It's very fastly growing. Like sometimes I doubt on the development and growth of that particular country. So, like, what is the reason behind it? Like compared to other countries, sir?
See, I stayed in that country for long, actually, I can tell you. Look at Singapore. 1960, Singapore was like Somalia, worse than Somalia. And Singapore where it is today, right? Now, what these countries have done, if you look at the development model of some of the countries, they have exploited their advantage and then become big. For example, Singapore exploited the advantage of being central. So they focus that, look, I think airports are going to be critical for us. Right? I think that's how they. UAE has done the same thing. They don't have oil. When I was in UAE in 1994, 95, I used to laugh at them when they used to tell me that UAE GDP growth 50% will come from Emirates. I used to say, you have only 4 aircrafts here. What the hell you're talking about? Today they have some 5,000 aircrafts. It's just location advantage. Dubai airport, the amount of money what it's generating, you just cannot imagine. It's out of your imagination. Because it has a location advantage. They really exploited that location advantage. Today, if you go to Dubai, you can reach to any part of the world from Dubai. So one example we have. That they have done very well. Secondly, what they have also done very well is essentially, how can we get the rich folks from India or rich folks from Russia, rich folks from there? They made a lot of exemptions. You can have visa, you can run your businesses, 10-year visa they're giving, they've done that. Fantastic infrastructure they've created, right? That they've done that. Because obviously people would like to want to go, that's the second thing which they have done. Third thing, obviously, I think, from their perspective, they're also focusing on education and innovation as a country, although it's a tiny country, not a big country. So these three are going very well with them at this point in time. People are going there, spending. Just look at the amount of tourism revenue which they generate. So some countries, see, for example, same thing happened in Japan after Second World War. If you look at Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, China, the same boat, manufacturing. They exploited in manufacturing. It started from Japan, went to South Korea, went to Taiwan, went to China. Now it's going to Vietnam. Maybe I hope India can get something here, but it's going to Vietnam. Cheap manufacturing scale. Then innovation. Now what China is doing today? In top 100 universities in research, China has 21 universities. 10 years back, they had only one. This nobody talks to you. China is developing their own aircraft. The second leg, see the middle income trap, which you would have read it. People talk about whether India will get into middle income trap. The middle income trap is nothing but we stop doing innovations and research. Then we'll fall. We'll not go up there. So some of these countries are doing some, and they're also very small, by the way. They're very small, so that becomes very easy. And if you look at most of the population is all expats there. But it also has a minus side because it's geopolitical, not an area which can always be safe, the entire region. So pluses and minuses both we have.
Sir, and you also mentioned in the beginning that if two countries are at war, the accounting professionals' work is at risk. Why is that so?
See, when two countries at war, I think what I meant by that, the financial reporting risk increases. It increases dramatically. I'll tell you, in India itself, I don't want to name the companies, one company was depending 100% on Ukraine for imports in a medical company. When war happens, I think the company was shut. They had to identify the different sources, which took around 6 months' time. The whole going concern concept came in play, right? So geopolitical tensions will impact currency. It will impact commodity prices. It will impact inflations. So all have impact on the performance of the companies. And this might result in a financial system risk. Not about losing the job, I meant by financial system risk will increase. Because you're doing many things on fair valuation, intangibles, all market driven. Right? See, if you have big investment in Bangladesh, what will happen today? That entire plant you don't know. The question you have to ask for yourself. So these are things which will make the economical things extremely difficult. And which are happening more and more. See, in the past, maybe 20 years back, we never had this war. We don't know tomorrow China will go and occupy Taiwan. I don't know what will happen. The Middle East already is burning over there. It's burning here, right? So those sort of things are becoming more. This we used to call black swan events in the past, but now it's regular events. They are impacting. And if you look at today, inflation all over the world is very high just because of what? Oil prices have shot up from $60 to $120.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Pleasure talking to you. It was nice. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for that very informative session, sir. I request Professor Srinivas G, Coordinator at School of Commerce, to kindly come up on stage to felicitate our esteemed guest and speaker of the session. Sir, I request you to kindly accept a token of our appreciation. Thank you, sirs. Participants, we will now break for tea, arranged outside to your left of the conference hall. Kindly note that the next session will start at 11:45 a.m. Thank you. in assurance and advisory services across various sectors, including IT, financial services, manufacturing, and real estate. His expertise includes startup advisory, Ind AS, IFRS, US GAAP reporting, risk management, internal controls, and corporate structuring. CA Udupi Vikram has significant experience with multinational corporations, Indian groups, and senior management, including reporting to boards and audit committees. Sir, I welcome you and I request you to take over the session.
Good afternoon, all. So, thanks for the Jain Deemed University. Thanks for calling me here. It's my pleasure to be here and talk to you, this esteemed professionals. Thanks to Madam for introduction about me. You would have seen or you would have heard what they spoke about. I basically handle corporates in my office. We are a firm of chartered accountants which is there for last 55 years. I started my education rather as a chartered accountancy student in the year 2007, and in the last almost 17 years there are many things which has changed. So when I started my articleship, it was just a beginning of so-called one of the first depressions, which was basically a recession which happened in the United States, and it was termed as subprime. For us, we were finding it difficult to even pronounce what subprime is. And when we tried understanding, the recession happened, rather the whole reason behind that failure was lending money by the institutions for the properties which were termed to be prime properties. When I say prime properties, are basically those properties which are worth and which can be used as a cash generating unit. In our accounts, majority of you would have read accounts, we use an important word called cash generating unit. Cash generating unit is basically the component of any commerce, any business which earns revenue for them. So real estate was considered to be a cash generating unit, and against that people used to borrow money. What happened all of a sudden? There was a crisis in the United States. People had borrowed money to either buy a real estate or expand real estate. When there was so much of procurement against the demand, you would have seen recently China is facing that issue. There is so much of real estate which is available, but people are not using it. So that scenario came up in the United States, and all of a sudden, those assets which were called prime assets, all of a sudden it fell down, and it was called subprime. They fell below the AA rating or AAA rating. And what actually happened was the lenders would have valued a particular asset at $1 million. And because of reduction in the earning capacity of the cash generating unit, that asset value would have come down to a couple of thousand US dollars. So imagine the impact on the economy. There were institutions which had lent money against these properties, keeping those properties as security. All of a sudden, those loans virtually become bad. On one side, imagine a banker or a financial institution which had lent money, they lose money. So what is the impact? When they lose money, they would have taken deposits from others. These institutions will not be able to repay those deposits. Look from the investor side. Those who have invested on deposits, they will not be able to recover money. And because of that, their paying capacity will reduce. If you see, majority of the developed countries are more into spending. If their spending capacity reduces, automatically the economic growth reduces, and it can even go to the negative growth. And that is where the economy started to feel there is recession, employment started to reduce, employment loss happened. People started to fear that how should we go forward. And that's how I started my career, and through subprime. And after that, we saw lot many things. There was subprime crisis at one shot. Then there was financial crisis, like how Lehman Brothers and all lost their existence. Then there were couple of failures from the companies. There were couple of like one of the major failures which led to I would say a 360-degree change in the commerce was a company called Enron. Enron was a US giant which was worth couple of billions at that point. I would say multiple billions at that time. Lot of investments had happened, and Nasdaq, rather the US stock exchange, used to manage. All of a sudden, there was a doomsday, and the company failed. They announced, "We are no more worth this many billions. We are just nothing." So what was the result? Whoever had invested on that company, they lost so many billions. And because of it, USA came with a provision called Sarbanes-Oxley, which is called as SOX in our language. We call it as SOX. The similar activity happened in India during, again, my articleship period, sometime in 2008 or 2009. It was called Satyam scam. There was a big impact on Satyam. It was, the way it has been told in the media is, they never had bank balances, but they showed there was huge bank, cash at bank. Their employee strength was shown multiple times more than what exactly the employee strength was. So this affected the whole company. The investors lost lot of money, and finally, of course, L&T came into picture and they acquired this company. Similar way, how USA got SOX, Indian regulator. Of course, in India we have two regulators. One being Securities Exchange, the SEBI. The other is Companies Act. There was a major change amendment which happened in Companies Act. Our Companies Act was dated 1956. When we studied, it was 1956 Companies Act. 2013 is where a new, fresh Companies Act came into picture. If you see, between 1956 and 2013, lots of changes happened. And the most important provision which was brought in was internal financial control. For any company today, for them, the most important thing, why Enron failed, or why Satyam failed, or why WorldCom failed, it is not that the company was not performing, but the way financials were presented, there were certain challenges. So Sarbanes-Oxley came into picture. Sarbanes-Oxley is basically an act which was developed by two individuals, one named Sarbanes and other named Oxley. They came out with a principle where they said, if a company is preparing financial statement, what and all principles, fundamentals they should have. If someone is preparing books of account, there should be a preparer, there should be a reviewer, and there should be an authorizing person. It's called, in our language, simple language, it's called internal controls. Sarbanes-Oxley came up with some principles to say these kind of controls are there in every line item. The way a financial is prepared, the way a financial is presented, the way a financial is analyzed. So that is where Sarbanes-Oxley came into picture. The same thing, Indian Companies Act brought something called internal financial controls. The objective is the true nature of the business is appearing on the financial statement. If someone is showing a higher revenue, is that revenue actually earned, or is there any sort of window dressing? In our language, we call it as window dressing. They show something which is not actually the case. Those things has to be reduced. That's where internal financial control came. As auditors, whenever I sign a balance sheet, I give more importance for internal financial control to say their systems are good enough so that the reader of the financial statement is not, I would say, misconceived. It's not that I cannot make a person to believe something which is not the case. That is how IFC came into picture, followed by a very big amendment which happened in the industry and commerce, which was implementing of a beautiful gap. When I say gap, I mean generally accepted accounting principle. We got something called Ind AS. Ind AS is nothing but the, I would say, Indian version of IFRS. IFRS is International Financial Reporting Standards. When they brought in Ind AS, the way it was done is, in our erstwhile gap, whatever we would have studied during our college days, we used to follow something called historical cost of accounting. If I had bought a land in 1950, I would have paid 5,000 rupees. Even today, I will be showing it 5,000 rupees. Imagine a land in Bangalore, if it is 1,000 square feet. My grandparents would have bought it paying hardly 10,000 or 20,000 rupees. Today, the worth will be at least 5 crores to 6 crores. Your books of account is not showing the true picture. That is something which Ind AS came up with. Anything which you are showing in your books of account, it should be true and fair, rather fair. The concept of fairness came into picture, and Ind AS implemented that. So why all these things I am talking is, these are all the changes which has impacted the financial statements, which has impacted the way companies used to represent themselves in the market. It's the way companies, as individuals in a company, there are so many stakeholders. Stakeholders could be shareholders, stakeholders could be employees, stakeholders could be vendors, stakeholders could be lenders, so various people. First thing, if a company fails, the first impact will be on all these stakeholders. The employees of the company may lose the job, lenders to the company may lose the money, vendors of the company may not be able to recover the price, the selling price what they had done. So all this, it has multiple things. Plus, not only these kind of people, if you see any industry, there will be something called an ecosystem. Just to give an example, we have Toyota in Bangalore. If you have seen Toyota factory in Bangalore, Biddi, you will understand. There is Toyota factory. Surrounding to Toyota factory, there are so many ancillary factories. They're all dependent only on Toyota. If something happens to the main company, those industries also will fail. So to avoid that, your financials should be properly disclosed. And that is where all these controls came into picture. Plus additional reporting came. And one of that additional reportings is ESG. ESG is rather I cannot use the word ESG. Okay, sustainability is something which came up at that point in time, where the stakeholders started to understand not that a company, if it is doing good today, it is not assumed, it cannot be assumed that this company will do for next couple of years. There is a analysis which is done by one of the research persons. What it tells is, if a company gets incorporated and if it sustains for 12 years to 13 years, then there is a chance that that company will run for a longer period. So gestation period is there and you need to survive till then. Now, to what extent have they really sustained for that many years, and for how long they can sustain is the question. When we see all the financial statements, what we read, none of the financial statements speak about what can happen to the company in future. It always talks about this company made this much of turnover, this company spent this much of money on employees, this company made this much of investment in any assets, or this has so much of liability. But is it giving a confirmation that it will sustain for a longer period? Even if you read a financial statement or an audit report which I sign, I never tell this company will sustain for a long period. I will say as of 31st March or as of reporting date, this is the status of the company and this is the assets and these are the liabilities. That's where sustainability reporting came into picture, where the primary objective of sustainability report is how company is performing, what is its relationship with the stakeholders, and how can it survive the changes, how can it survive any sort of impact which happens to the either employees or natural resources or vendors. So that is where the sustainability report came into picture. And there in sustainability report, there are three fundamentals which we'll be talking about. What is the impact of the company on environment? What is the impact of the company on society? And what are the governing factors of the company? These are the three fundamental pillars which a company has to demonstrate in their sustainability reporting. That's what we are going to discuss in the whole session today. As I mentioned, the background for sustainability reporting or background for all these changes, it all started sometime in 1800, where industrialization started, the revolution started, and one of the biggest impact, because of course we have got so many positive things because of industrialization, the major impact on environment is usage of fossil resources. There are renewable and non-renewable resources. There are fossil fuels. The more and more you consume fossil fuels, there is an impact on the nature. You will see lot of water bodies being infected. You see forest being killed, or rather they are being removed. There is an impact on ozone. People talk about temperature increasing every day or similar to that. All these things, unfortunately, because of industrialization. Between 1800 and I would say till 1950, the objective was to make a country strong in terms of industries. If you see, there was a time where Cold War used to happen between two different sectors or two different domains of the planet. Their whole intention was, to what extent I will be strong in terms of industries, to what extent I am strong in terms of defending myself. And there was a fall of one of the countries, and post 1990, they started behaving more matured. Rather than industrialization, we should be in a place where I do industrialization also and I can also sustain. And that was the time where people started talking environment. People started talking about the nature and how we can keep this nature alive for our next generations. So if you see, there is a huge changeover which has happened. General Motors used to be the biggest automobile company across the globe. Now it is no more General Motors, it is Tesla. So the whole reason, if you see Tesla, it is not because they make one of the best vehicles. The reason is they are able to sustain. If you compare General Motors with Tesla, the moment fossil fuel doesn't exist, General Motors may not be able to continue their operations. They may not be able to build any vehicle which can run other than on petroleum products. On the other hand, Tesla was the first company to come up with a battery operated vehicle. So whoever sees Tesla, they see their growth. As an individual, if given an option, I would like to invest in Tesla shares and not on General Motors share. Similar way, the vendors, they would like to work with Tesla because for next 200 years, you can assume Tesla will continue, but you cannot even think that General Motors may sustain for another 30 years or 40 years unless they move out of fossil fuels. That's where the changes started to come, and importance for sustainability grew rapidly. Then a couple of things happened. We all know there was a tragedy in Bhopal. The main reason behind that tragedy was they were using certain chemicals and it was used for some reason. And because of one small fault, the chemicals came out and it gets spread among, in a very short span, it got spread and many people lost their lives. Again, the question of sustainability, the governance and environment came into picture. What were the cautions or what were the kind of security features that company had? So after that, there were hardly any approvals for chemical industries in India unless you prove that you are efficient in managing your premises and because of you, people around are not going to suffer. Same thing happened in a place called Karnobai, which is still now nobody can survive there because of the nuclear reactor. And the recent one, which we can remember, is sometime there was a tsunami in Japan last decade, and because of that, they lost the nuclear reactors, and after that, they lost so much of vegetation, and of course, it has impacted the whole nation. So these kind of things started creating someone to think how should we perform and how should we make sure this planet is there for our future. Why sustainability is important? One, consumer expectation. Today, majority of the kids you will be seeing at your home, your own kids, they talk about no plastic. Yesterday, my son had a thing at school. He has come down and he was telling me plastic is injurious to health. Let us say no to plastic. So how is that? Because they have been trained. They know what kind of things are happening. If you ask me, when I was a kid, I didn't even know what is harm. I didn't know how this plastic is going to affect. Today, those kids are well trained, and the whole reason is there is a kind of education which is happening outside. They are able to understand. If given an option, even in my office, if I see my kids over there, if a hotel is giving food on plastic plate, they are trying to avoid. They would like to go to a place where it is reusable or which is good for the nature. So consumer expectations are changing, and which is forcing the company to adopt sustainability. Next one, investor pressure. Whether you like it or not, the companies are dependent on investors. Investors could be various. It could be financial institutions, it could be high net worth individuals, or it could be various other corporates. Nobody would like to invest and burn their cash. So they like to invest in a company which can sustain for a longer period. So you are required to follow sustainability. Regulatory compliance, I'll be talking in further slides. Lots of regulations has come into picture, including our own SEBI, and because of that, you are bound to comply with sustainability reporting. Talent attraction, again, with the new millennial kids coming into the field, they would at least like to tell themselves they are working in companies which are pro nature. And if in my own office, if I talk about a company which is trying to invent a new thing, which is, for example, I have a client which is trying to make batteries using technology which will still reduce the carbon emission. So if I give that audit to any of my students, they are happy to take it up rather than giving a manufacturer company audit. So again, the attraction comes. That's why the companies has to follow. Finally, risk management, the most important thing. When I say risk, the risk here is what could be the impact on the company if something goes wrong. The biggest risk for Reliance Industries, if you see the way Reliance Industries has changed their module, they are the biggest petrochemical refinery companies in the world. They are making huge money. Even today, their profit is something which is unbelievable. The profit is couple of X times, even more than Infosys turnover per se. But sustainability, if you see, how will RIL continue when petroleum products are not available? That is where they come up with something called Geo Platform. They came up with something called Geo Retail or Reliance Retail, and etc. And they are investing huge money. If you see the kind of investment which they are making on Geo is literally unbelievable. Why they are doing that much? Because they need to make sure if something happens to Reliance Industries, they have another company where they can still sustain. And similar way, if a company fails, would have seen how things would have changed. There used to be a company called Nokia, which was not able to manage the competition, which was not able to understand how things are evolving. They failed, and Samsung took it, and they came up. So risk management is very important. How resources gets affected, how people change their views, and how natural resources can change. So keeping that in mind, if you are not able to plan your company, if you are not able to plan your future, you will not be in the market. Why should any organization follow sustainability? The most important thing today for any company to sustain is how transparent they are. You would have seen lot of things which are happening. From the time COVID came into picture, there are good amount of investments which are happening in India. Any reason why people are looking at India and not China? In the recent time, people are telling we do not want to invest in China, but we are okay to invest in India. And one of the major reasons for this is Chinese government is not transparent, whereas any democratic country is more transparent, whether in terms of regulation or in terms of running the organization. Today, you do not have a Google running as such Google in China. Instead, there is a local company which manages those. Because of those reasons, if you are not transparent, neither investors trust you, nor consumers trust you, nor any of the other government or other agencies. That makes it mandatory for any company to be transparent and disclose what they are doing. And there is one company which I love the most during my articleship also and now also. Infosys is such company which is always one step ahead with whatever is required. Infosys signs the balance sheet by April 10th every year. Infosys was the first company in India to get listed on US for their stocks. Infosys was one of the first companies to implement US GAAP. Infosys was one of the first companies to make a paper on human resource. They made a valuation. What kind of employees I have, what is the training which I'm giving to my employees, and what is the value of human resources. All of us know when we draw a balance sheet, we talk about investments in plant, we talk about investments in inventory. None of the places you see investment on human resources. And if you see, human resource is one of the biggest resources for us. If we are not able to manage human resources, company will not be able to succeed. But again, those kind of new things which Infosys brings, and that is where our expectation about Infosys is huge, and we feel that Infosys can survive for long. That why it is happening, because they have been, at least we are told that they are transparent. On the other hand, if I look at any other company, if they are not transparent, obviously will not be ready to go and interact with those companies. Similar way, regulatory compliance, everyone of us knows. Operational efficiency and cost saving. This is again something which is very vital. Why it becomes mandatory for a company to do sustainability reporting. Imagine I would say in last 2 years, the way United States dollar appreciated. It was 70 rupees. Now today it is 84 rupees. If you see gold, it was 5,000 rupees a year back. Today it is 7,500 rupees. If you see crude, it was around 85 rupees 2 years back. Now it is 100 plus. So as and when this cost increases, imagine companies which are dependent. If I am a importer, I need to pay money in foreign currency to buy materials. Every increase in US dollar affects my cost of consumption and it affects my selling price. The only way I can survive is if I'm able to identify how efficiently I can work and how I can reduce the cost. So that is where sustainability comes into picture. If I am spending too much of money on a particular product, why I have to spend, why price increases? The very simple economic principle is it's a law of demand. If demand increases, obviously price increases. So can I find an alternative for my own materials so that I don't have to depend on crude? Instead, I depend on something else. And if I can start using natural resources, then I can reduce my cost. There are companies which spend huge money on windmills, right? Why? Because they can generate their own power, and that power will be, you don't have to depend on any power corporations, and you will get a continuous supply of power. That what makes it better, I'm able to get power at a lower cost, and whatever savings I do, I can use it towards my profit, and I can sell my products at a cheaper rate, and I can kill the competition. So that's where it is very important. Through sustainability, I'll be able to demonstrate how I can be more efficient. So I have also read, and we try to do one of the important statements. Rather, one great man had made a statement. It seems the CEO of a company. I like to hire an employee who is not ready to work, who is one of the laziest persons, because the lazy person will try to do in a different way, which can reduce the time he can spend. So that is something which is very important. All these inventions has happened because we do not want to do things in a longer duration. For example, there used to be days where we used to go towards TV and switch on and switch off. Today we have remote controller. There used to be days where we used to wait in queue to go to bank and withdraw the cash. Today we can just transfer it through UPI. So these kind of things actually has improved the operational efficiency and of course made them bigger companies. And as I mentioned, why we trust Infosys, because of the kind of brand value which they have created. The moment we get to know Tata's is one of the other companies where we always say they cannot do mistake because they are being transparent. They are the ones who do something which does not affect the nature as such. If you see majority of the Tata companies, they are not into any narcotics, they are not into any beverages. So they are the ones who look at the future, and the brand value improves. Similar with the last one, there is a global goal. As part of the international requirements, the carbon emission has to become zero. There cannot be usage of any fossil fuels. All the materials should be renewable. So these are all the fundamental principles globally as such. The countries have agreed for, and India should also follow it. Because of that, you have to make sure sustainability is taken care. Now let us get into, this was more about the background. Let us get into what exactly sustainability is. To understand sustainability, or it is easy to I can aram say tell how I use renewable energy, but what is important is how do I demonstrate it to the outsiders. And for that, there is a framework which has come into picture. It is not something which is invented overnight. It started way back in 1980s, and still it is evolving. Every year you will see new things happening. And there are three major guidelines which are available. One, Global Reporting Initiative, which is called as GRI. Then we have Sustainability Accounting Standard Board and Task Force on Climate Related Financial Disclosures, which is called as TCFD. TCFD is something which speaks about climate changes, how industries are impacting the climate around, how that change in the climate is affecting again the industry. So all the companies which are directly, who is a positive or who is impacting the climate, natural resources and climate, they need to follow this TCFD. Rather, there is no obligations for them to follow, but they are doing it on their own. If you ask me examples, Shell is one such company. It's one of the biggest companies in the world, and they are also one of the richest companies. They follow TCFD because the kind of activities which they are doing, which is impacting the climate. So they need to substantiate that if Shell wants to do their operations in India, first of all, they should get the license. To get the license, they should substantiate they are not doing so much of negative to the country. They're also doing positive things. They're also doing afforestation. They're also improving the economy as such. That's why they should be given an option to even do the business. That is where TCFD come into picture. Something which is very important. Today, there are various companies, you need to get approval, right? For majority of the things, you need to get approval. To get approval, sustainability reporting helps a lot. Sustainability Accounting Standard Board, it is basically like how we have IGAP or US GAAP. It's a similar kind of board, which helps readers to understand what kind of activities are happening inside the company. It was there before, now it got integrated into it got merged into a different standard called integrated reporting. I'll speak about integrated reporting in the later slides. Last one, which is most important, is GRI. GRI is something which is understood in the global market. If someone is talking about how sustainable they are, they should follow GRI. GRI comes with various series. If I have to tell what GRI is a basic principle. Like in accounts, we talk, right? Debit all assets, credit all liability. It's a basic principle. I cannot question why should I debit. Like that, there are principles in GRI, which says what should you disclose. Broad picture of GRI is coming in the next slide, where we talk about ESG. This is what our ESG is all about. You might have heard people talking ESG. In simple terms, ESG is environment, social, and governance. Environment, every kid knows what environment is. How can I manage? How am I managing my operations in such a way the impact on environment is at least less? I think last month or last to last month, I had the privilege of talking to one senior person who used to be a CFO in one of the listed companies, and he has incorporated his own company. If you know, in Bangalore, one of the biggest, I would say, scrap which we generate is IT scrap, information technology. All our ITS companies, they buy a lot of laptops, they buy routers, rather electronic materials. And scrapping that is one of the biggest challenges in Bangalore. Because if I do something wrong, it will get into the vegetation. It can impact a lot. So his company does recycling of IT equipments. And he made a statement that if you assume that I can make plastic usage zero, which is impossible. There is no way you can make plastic usage zero, but you should train your people how much they can reduce usage of plastic, how much they can use which is reusable. For example, today there is a bottle. So in my office, I made it very clear. Whoever it is who comes to my office, they will not be given water in bottle. We use glass for that, and we tell them our waters are pretty much pure, and we also show them what kind of plant we have or a treatment we do, and we give them in glass. It is very clear. In any of the events which I do in my office, I am very strict. You cannot use any plastic. Instead, if you have to spend more, okay, you can spend more and buy something which is good. On the other hand, there may be certain time where I cannot say I will not buy a laptop. I should buy a laptop. I cannot say I don't use Wi-Fi in my office. I should use, because of that there is lot of impact on the nature. So the whole thing is like how we do when we take our kids outside. They will ask some items. We will say instead of that I'll give you something else. So that's the kind of theory which we need to practice in office also. How I can reduce my dependence on these kind of items. Finally comes a social impact. Social impact is something which is very, very important. And today I had one of your students was with me while coming to your institution. I was so happy with the way he was asking me questions. He spoke about something on taxation. He spoke about something on his sister working somewhere, and he feels finance ministry is not good enough to benefit him. And we also spoke about he's also doing, I think, so he's working for his cat, and he wants to do something. So why these things comes into picture is, when I say I may be employer, I may be an education institutions. If I'm not able to give a good life for the kids, then my country will not be able to survive on its own. Today, India is getting a lot of name because of the population what we have, and the population is that meat population which can work. If you compare Indian population with China population, both are very huge. But why India is better now? Because the population age between 30 and 45 is very high in India compared with what is there in China. If I need to take care of them, my employee policy should be very strong. I should be able to manage the standards for employees. I should be able to give a kind of respect for what they do, irrespective of wherever they are from. If a company is not having a gender equality, you know what kind of issues they will go through. If a company is not able to support the local population, the local place will make sure that company gets shut their operation. So those kind of things comes in the social impact. Finally, governance, which is the most important thing for any company. It also happens, if I have to give my practical thing, we being auditors, people look at us telling how I manage my work and what kind of clients I manage. If a new client comes, one of the first questions I ask is, who is there behind the client? Who is there behind the company? Who is the board of directors? Are those board of directors having good name in the society? That we call something as desktop review or a background verification. So I see, okay, if the company's board of directors is ABCD, what is their background and what they have done in the past? How, and based on that, I decide whether I need to be their auditor or not. No matter what. Again, I had one request from one of the biggest companies for their audit. Unfortunately, I could not take it because the background, the directors were not allowed to come to India. The directors had done some negative things where Indian government had not allowed them to come to India. The moment we get to know, we say, no, we don't want to work with them. Even though their books may be good, their business may be very strong, but I don't want to work with them because tomorrow if something goes wrong with that company, my name comes on the social media. My name comes on news. So I don't want to, even if it is giving me a very good fees, I'm not ready to do that because I follow certain principles and I want to make sure my office name is not affected. The same thing, that's where the governance comes into picture. The board has to have appropriate structure. They should have code of ethics. So code of ethics is something like we would have taught our children at home. How should you behave when a aged person comes home? How should you behave when you are talking to someone who is a neighbor to you? How should you respect your grandparents? So those are things which we teach our kids at home, at least like how we have been taught from our parents. Same thing applies to company as such. Governance matters a lot. So these three items, if a company has to sustain, means they should make sure these three mantras they are following. If it is mutually, I would say it is cumulative. It is not mutually exclusive. It is cumulative. I cannot tell I'm being very good to my employees, but I am not good for the environment. Gone. I will lose the market. I'm very good to employees. I'm also making sure I'm taking care of environment, but I don't have ethics in running the show. Then I lose it. So all the three should be spoken or defined together. And I should also make sure I follow all the three things. Couple of factors and disclosures which companies have to do when they are following ESG. See, end of the day, the ESG reporting has nothing to do with any numbers. All financial reports, what we see are more of numbers, where we talk about turnover improved from $800 million to $1,000 million, employee cost has increased, investments in fixed assets have improved, cost of sales has reduced. Always in financial, we talk about numbers, we talk about ratios. But ESG has nothing to do with any numbers, or it has nothing to do with any ratios. ESG speaks about how good I am being in the society and I have a future to run the show. That is what about ESG disclosures are. One of the basic things, energy management. How am I using the available energy? How strong I am in making sure the energy consumption is done in such a way so that I have enough resources for my future. How am I sharing the energy with my peer industry person? So all those things matters. Whether I'm using electricity, whether I'm using natural gases, whether I'm using renewable energy. So if you see any of the reports today, say let us compare two reports, an Infosys annual report and an international annual report. Say Microsoft. Infosys and Microsoft falls under the similar category. If you have seen, I would suggest read Infosys annual report, it may be around 150 to 200 pages of annual report. In that entire 150 pages of annual report, maybe my balance sheet and P&L may run to around 60 to 80 pages. Balance is all about what they have done in that 1 year. First 2 to 3 pages will be a letter from the chairman to the shareholders, where he talks about what good he did and what he has planned for next year. That is how you can analyze an annual report. And followed by what are the new products they would have launched, how they are making sure these products will survive in the market, and why those products are important for industry. On the other hand, if you see Microsoft are mandated to follow certain additional disclosures. They may be following ESG. Of course, they follow ESG. In ESG, they talk about where exactly they have their operations, how they are disposing their waste, how they are managing future activities. Many of you may be knowing when the second wave of COVID hit India sometime in 2020-21, if you had to buy a car, there was a big challenge to buy it. There was a huge waiting period. The reason for that was non-availability of chips. They are called integrated chips. And for that, you need a specific mineral. And that mineral is available in China. And the entity which manufactures are there in Taiwan. There was a challenge happening between China and Taiwan. And because of this COVID thing, importing out from place out of course, from China was very difficult. And all the companies suffered. If you have to compare, if mainly it was Kia was using lot of chips. They were not able to supply as per the demand. And that, so it means to say you are dependent on particular item. Without that, you cannot run the show. It seems like there was a time where BMW was able to sell products without having a update. They used to tell the customers, boss, I know you are interested in buying my product, but unfortunately I cannot have these kind of updates because of non-availability of those raw materials. So those kind of things which happen. And that is where the challenge comes into picture. Imagine some issue. How will you survive? Those are the things which comes up. Next one is about how much you are using, how much energy you are using, and how well you are using it. Then comes greenhouse gas. We all know what greenhouse gases are. Basically, these are the poisonous gases, or I would say it may be methane or ethane, etc., which is an output because of your activity, which goes and affects the ozone. So greenhouse gases are those which impacts the ozone or which impacts the oxygen, which increases the carbon dioxide, carbon footprint. So there was a huge change. Initially, there is something called chlorofluorocarbons, which were used extensively in air conditioning and other temperature control. If you see any of the, very simple example, if you are buying a electronic gadget or rather electronic equipment, there they give something called star rating, 3-star, 4-star, 5-star. And we are bound to go and buy a 5-star because the energy consumption is less. And we are educated about that. Today we will see whether you like it or not. The moment you say 5-star, okay, I want this. The way they have done is, between 5-star and 3-star, there could be a good cost fluctuation, but we still try to go for a 5-star, thinking that this will not impact the nature. That's how things are happening. And all these 5-stars are because of greenhouse. If the impact to the nature is less, you will get a 5-star. Otherwise, you'll go with 2 stars or 3 stars. There is something called carbon offsetting. If you see, that is the most happening thing. How do you do carbon offsetting? If I am ejecting lot of carbon, then I need to make sure I am creating a carbon positive thing to negate what negative has happened. So the ways in which you can do is, companies look at reforestation, companies look at investing on renewable energy projects. The biggest example is Audi is the biggest, rather most competitive car manufacturer. Audi has a foundation called Audi Foundation, and the whole thing what they do there is they invest on startups which are inventing new ways of creating batteries. And why they do that? Because they are creating lot of carbon footprint outside. By doing this investment, if they are investing on any equipment which reduces the carbon footprint, if it is a battery, means it is not ejecting the negative carbon. So doing that, they are able to substantiate, telling, look, I know I am ejecting lot of negative things, but I'm also investing on a product which reduces carbon, and that way they are able to offset it. Similar way, they have to go for efficient, energy efficient equipments. There used to be days where people used to love Java and SD bikes. After some time, the usage was reduced because the consumption was so high. If you put 1 liter petrol, they may have given 30 kilometers mileage. On the other hand, at that point in time, Hero Honda, some CD100 or something, which became very famous because they said, I will give you 80 kilometers. And that also matters because your usage, you are being efficient in using what you are doing. And finally, of course, methane capture. This is one of the worst things which is happening. You might have seen one of the challenges for manufacturing or anybody, forget manufacturing, even at house. How can we dispose the waste? Every day, every house produces so much of waste. Disposing is a very big challenge. Couple of months back, I was in Delhi, and in Delhi, I saw while going to one of my client places, I saw a huge mountain. I was worried. I mean, above that mountain, there were so many crows and vultures flying. So I asked my driver, boss, what is this? And I thought it is mountain, but unfortunately, it was not a natural mountain. It was landfill. The entire Delhi waste is getting accumulated there. And the driver told, Sabji, this is something which I've seen from my childhood. Oh, itna chota tha, abhi it has become so huge. Just imagine you have such a huge landfill which is just next to your house. What kind of diseases can come? What kind of negative things can happen? So, if a company can come up with the methodology in which those landfills can be converted into a positive thing, it is full of methane. We all know how efficiently we can use methane. If there is a company if there is a product which can convert methane into energy, then Delhi could be one of the biggest source of energy producers. So like that, everything can happen, and companies should come up with it. That's the whole objective of sustainability. Then, of course, water management, waste management, pollution and emissions. These are all something which would have been taught from our school days, which the company should also follow. Social practices, labor practice. What are the working conditions? There was, again, there is a company called Twitter, which was acquired by Elon Musk, and he renamed into X. Lot of memes started coming out telling he is making his employees work day and night. There were some photos telling one of the employees had a sleeping bag, and that employee was sleeping inside the office. Because of that, people started coming out of X platform. People said, I don't want to use X platform. The company is not good for employees. We don't support such kind of platforms. So look at the impact which is happening. Recently, I saw one more thing. Some big things were happening. Stop using one of the motors, one of the automobile companies. So these kind of things, if they are not able to support their employees today within this world, they will lose their name. And that why it is important. You should make sure your employees are there longer with you, and you should give them the better life. Majority of the Europe companies are going towards something called a 4-day work life. So previously, when I was brought up, it was 6.5 days working. My father used to work on Sundays also. Then it came to 6 days working. When I came to Bangalore, it was 5 days working. Now people are talking about 4-day working. So it was because if you see developed countries, whether it is Singapore or Korea, because of the pressure, it seems they are not able to look at their family. Majority of the developed countries, their age has become so bad, you do not have a next working generation over there. There is only either a 40-year-old or a 30-year-old or 50 years old. In between, there is nobody, or the young kids are also not many kids are there. Their population growth has been affected. That is because of these challenges. And fair wages is again another thing. How you have designed your salary amongst all the employees, that also matters. In annual report, there is an important disclosure where company has to disclose what is the salary of CEO and what is the mean MEAN or MEDIN, median salary in the company. If the gap is very high, again the company's rating will get affected. Finally, the most important thing, training and development. I was sitting with Madam today. She was explaining how Jain is actually organizing training. It is very much important, whether we like it or not. If we need to sustain and if we need to continue, the only change is being changed. Unless you change yourself, you cannot sustain. For you to change, you should always be learning new things. Training and development for employees matters the most. A company which trains their employees has a better capacity to sustain a competition than a company which is good in technology. That's how the whole thing works. Health and safety, employee health and product safety. I work with a foundation which works towards no for tobacco. So the whole thing, recently we also saw Nitin Kamath talking about how should a packing of the products be made. If there is a food product, the food product should tell how much carbs it has, how much sugar it has. Unfortunately, today, FSI regulations are not so strong to bring all these disclosures, and those matters. And if you see, there is a very big product which made lot of name. It's called paper boat, I believe. It's a drink, right? So they became famous because of the kind of disclosures what they used to make. The only advertisement which they did was what is paper boat all about. That's it. They never said their product is good. They never said their product is pure. They just said what is that product all about, and that matters a lot. Finally, the community development. Community development is how much they are investing on corporate social responsibilities and how they are partnering with the government. And that again, which is something which is important. Nowadays, it is called as private and government partnership. That's how they can improve the social cause for the social cause. Last one, the governance. How, as I told you, how board structure matters a lot. Today, if you see any big companies, they will have independent directors on the board. Why they bring independent directors? Because they come up with unique things. They come up with universal thought process, and that will help the company to implement such things. So if a company is more of family based, then the value could be lesser compared with, again, Infosys. Infosys is one of the first companies to say family cannot come on the board. All the 7 founders were so strict, they said, after us, it is any other professional who will run the show. And that's how you are able to sustain, being sustained. Similar way, Larsen and Toubro. It is not a family-backed company. It's again professional. So that's where it matters. If you see majority of the US companies, you take Walmart or you take any companies, the family is there, but it is run by a professional team. That's how they work. Ethical conduct, again, code of conduct, and whistleblower. Whistleblower is something which is very important. What happens in whistleblower is if something is not right inside the company, they can go and explain or rather publish what wrong things are happening. If a company is able to have a proper whistleblower policy, they'll be able to sustain. So one example which I can give, in United States or in any developed countries, it's a very bad, very big negative thing if someone is getting into any sort of bribery. There is something called anti-bribery. or if they get into any sort of backdoor entry for getting their work done. Walmart was supposed to come to India, and it seems the only reason why it didn't come to India was one of the senior persons was involved in anti-bribery thing. And for that reason, that company decided not to get, because of some issue which happened, they stopped. They couldn't even come. Today, Walmart is there as far as their technology is concerned. Through Flipkart, they are there, but they wanted to come on their own. Because that failed, they had to come through acquiring Flipkart. So that's how these regulations are taken care. And it is very vital that you follow a proper whistleblower policy also and code of conduct. Exit compensation I discussed. Finally, how much importance the company gives for shareholders, their concerns and their words, that matters. And the last, internal controls. Everything end of the day comes into internal controls. Even with sustainability reporting, if I am not able to gather the information properly, I will not be able to give a proper report. If the internal controls are not strong enough to get the data from the source, if the internal controls are not strong enough to get the live data, then entire reporting will not be proper usage. So few of the things where ESG is mandatorily applicable in the Europe, of course, they are always they are in the front end. For all listed companies where employees are more than 500, it is mandatory to give sustainability reporting. Followed by United Kingdom, the large companies, France, Germany, they're all it says large companies, they are mandated to follow this. South Africa was one of the first countries to bring ESG. And if you see, South Africa is is there in Africa, and majorly one of the developed countries in Africa. Africa is rich in natural resources, but unfortunately, the challenge there is they are not able to use it in a proper way. There are a lot of challenges which are going. And what I understand is Johannesburg, which is one of the biggest cities in South Africa, getting water is itself a big deal. It seems they get water once in a couple of days. Why all these things happen? Because of, again, misusage, mal usage of natural resources. And last March or April, there were lots of chaos. People started telling in Bangalore, we don't have water. Bangalore is not able to support. Again, why? Because it was not that there is a water shortage. The whole issue is with how you have managed water. You cannot every time tell there is no rainfall, but it was a failure in water management. And if that is not taken care, unfortunately, our kids will have bad time in Bangalore. That we should understand. Singapore, again, one of the most advanced countries. There they say either you comply or you explain why you could not comply. So that's the concept what they follow. Brazil, listed companies. India, we are talking now, the one of the reasons is effective 23-24, it is mandatory the top listed companies. When I say top 1,000 listed companies, by market cap, they are the top companies. They should follow something called BRR, Business Responsibility Report, which is Indian version of sustainability report. In addition to that, the top 250 companies should follow ESG disclosures. The framework, something which you should keep in mind. Sustainability doesn't mean you're always doing good for the nature. It is very essential. You will also make profit. You should sustain, right? Just by being good to nature, if you are not able to continue your operations, you are not sustainable. So there are 3 P's in this. 1, people. 2, profit. 3, planet. Planet, of course, our Earth. So the sustainability report talks about these 3 P's. You should make sure your people are happy. You should make sure your planet is taken care. And finally, end of the day, you are profit making. If you are not profit making, then you cannot sustain. So it is both financial and non-financial. Now coming to, in the GRI, we have universal standards and topic specific standards. Universal standards speak about what you should disclose in the report, What are the fundamental things we should disclose in the report? What are the material items we should disclose? Topic specific, there are 3 topic specifics. One, economic series. The second one is environmental series. And the third one is social series. I think I'm running late on this. I'll try to, madam, I have another 10 minutes. Is it? 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah. I'll try to close it. Under economic, it's more about what is the impact of your company on the economy as such. There are around 6 standards which speaks about economic performance, market presence, indirect economic impact, procurement practices, anti-corruption, and anti-competitive. So basically in economic, the most important thing which we should know, how much revenue, pardon? Whether the company is making revenue, and while making revenue, how much it is spending on operations. What is the salary which the company is paying to employees? And most important thing for company is also investors or lenders. How much returns the company is giving to investors and lenders? What is the benefit to the government? It can be in the nature of GST, it can be in the nature of income taxes, or it can be in the nature of various other stuff. And what is the community investment it is doing? One of the first sections which got approved in Companies Act 2013 was Section 135 of Companies Act, which is about CSR. Today, it is mandatory for any company to spend a minimum 2% of their profit towards social responsibility, right? And what is that which these companies are doing towards society is an important statistic which is used while analyzing about the companies. Again, that is part of our economic things. Rest, this is, I can ignore. Yeah. This is again an important factor in ESG. What are the defined benefit plan obligations a company has for its employees? I think January 9th or 10th of 2024, there was a notification, gazette announced by Karnataka government. What it said is, using Payment of Gratuity Act, which is a central act, Karnataka government passed a resolution telling it is mandatory to have an insurance policy for gratuity. So what is the objective of that? If you see in Bangalore, there are a lot of startups. And the way startup works, first year they spend time on creating a product. Second year they get huge funds. They take employees. They try to run the show. They burn the cash. By third year or fourth year, they reach a level where they would have burnt the entire cash. And by fifth year or sixth year, they lay off. Imagine employees who spend 4 years or 5 years with that company. At the end of 5 years or 6 years, if the company says I'm insolvent, there is no single rupee which goes to employee as a gratuity. So against that, to fix that issue, the Karnataka government said it is mandatory to have an insurance policy against gratuity. And why it is important is you will take care of your employees. If anything happens, employees are taken care. Similar way in ESG, what is that I have for my employees? Today, in today's world, it is no more. People are not going towards government. In government, you will see even after retirement, they get pension, they get ABCD, etc. Unfortunately, private limited companies, you don't have it. So what benefits the company is giving for their employees post the retirement is again an important aspect in ESG. Market presence, something which I can ignore. Yeah. Indirect economic impact is how much I'm helping my society. Like, is the company doing anything on school? Again, coming back to, sorry if I'm using the word Infosys a lot. Unfortunately, I love this company because of various things. Infosys was one of the first companies to come up with a concept called Infosys Foundation. Infosys Foundation is first with anything you take. Sudha madam is someone who is always for that, whether it is about midday meals, whether it is about education, whether it is about transportation, they were the first. Again, our respect for Infosys grows because of these things. That is again part of your ESG. So today, whatever you talk in ESG, you are consolidating things which helps you to demonstrate what good you are doing for the society. And there may be the way it works. Today, if you see, we have a concept called smart city, right? There are quite a few smart cities which are identified. The whole objective behind is, if I have industry there, I can increase the level or rather capacity to spend for employees. I can improve the places around. I can create a market for them. And how it happens? Through giving employment, which is again an important task. Anti-corruption, I discussed, very important thing in ESG. What kind of policies I have for anti-corruption? Are there any cases against the company, and how is that case resolved? Again, one more thing, under Companies Act, there is an important document which has to be filed with the ROC. There is a policy called POSH, Prevention of Sexual Harassment. So it is important for every company to disclose how many complaints came against you in that POSH and how it is resolved. Those kind of disclosures again comes here. Materials, I think I can jump. Yeah, how whether I'm using any recycled inputs and whether my products are recyclable. That's the most important thing. And am I doing recycling? That's also something which is important. Environment, this I think energy consumption I discussed. Waste management also I discussed. Employment, I spoke about training and education. I spoke about new employment generation. Now, usage of child labor, having discrimination, whether it is gender discrimination or any other discrimination, that is not allowed. Rights of indigenous people. Yeah. So again, while coming in the vehicle, this boy was talking to me. There was one comment given by a Karnataka government telling all the CXOs in Karnataka should be Kannadigas. So people started shouting, telling it is not right, that, this and all. But unfortunately, if you see the ESG, they themselves give rights for the local people. Because the way it works, you are using all the natural resources, all the benefits, but what are you doing for the local fraternity? That matters. And of course, it has to be a win-win for both. It cannot be like, I cannot tell you need to have outside localites. There are challenges also, but it all depends how effectively you have made your policy in such a way you are able to get a kind of balance. Everything is about the balance. Finally, customer privacy. Majority of fintechs today are facing this challenge. My data, I might be using my bank account in Paytm. I might be using it in game. I might be using the data for Aadhaar. So this data is available, and to what extent I'm keeping the privacy of it. That also matters. So maybe I'll just jump on this. Integrated reporting. So this is a new concept in sustainability. In sustainability, as I told, we do not talk about numbers. We only talk about what the statement, it's more on the statement. Sustainability is a combination of, rather integrated reporting is a combination of sustainability report plus financial report. And if the company is able to demonstrate that they are both compliant with the natural environment things, and also they are making profit, and they could be one of the best companies and they can sustain for a longer period. Challenges faced in sustainable reporting: one, collection of data, complexity, and the whole ESG is so complex, it is very difficult to first explain what ESG is about, then demonstrate how I am following ESG. So that is one of the biggest challenges. Comparables, I cannot compare Tesla with Infosys, which is impossible. Cost and resource allocation, whether you like it or not, you need to spend huge money on this. Companies spend a lot of money creating sustainability reporting. transparency, whatever we talk, there is a greenwashing which is there. I do something and I show like I'm someone else. So, and for that, which is you need to have systems to say there is no greenwashing which is happening. Finally, inside the organization, you may have resistance. There may be cultural differences which are faced, and with the new things which is happening, I should keep up my pace on. Case study again, Tata Group is, you please try to read Tata's financials, Tata's ESG. It tells you what exactly is sustainability, how they are doing the sustain, how they are replacing renewable resources, non-renewable with renewable, how they are replacing fossil with which has a better things. Indian entities which are doing sustainability reporting, again, first comes Infosys. They have been one of the best. They are talking about carbon neutrality. They are talking about energy efficiency. They are talking about social initiatives. Godrej, again, they call themselves green, go green. They use lot of, they talk about employability. ITC, not the tobacco, but the hotels. Again, why ITC hotels and FMCG came? Because of the backlash which they have on tobacco. HUL, waste management. Mahindra and Mahindra is more on the conserving water. So these are the few things. If you can go and read those reports, you will understand. International, IKEA, Tesla, Apple has a goal to say by 2030 they'll be carbon neutral. They will not be producing any carbon positive thing outside. Microsoft, they went one step beyond Apple. They said by 2030, of course, I'll be carbon neutral. By 2050, I'll make sure whatever carbon positive, thing which I had done before, I will wipe out everything. Whatever bad things I had done, I'll make sure everything is negated by 2050. Novo Nordisk, one of the biggest pharma companies, their sustainability is affordable healthcare. Future of sustainability reporting. The most important here, which I said about greenwashing, how can I bring assurance on the financials, on the sustainability reporting, have a third-party agency who will go and vet those documents. That is something which is important. Digitization and data analytics. Madam, you are telling about analytics. So this, I think now with this, we'll be able to do. And integration of non-financial reporting, that is mandatory. So with this, I am coming to the end. So ESG is something for our future. ESG is something for our kids. And if any company has to sustain, there is no other option but to follow the principles given under sustainable reporting. To what extent you can use natural resources in a decent way, in a responsible way, to what extent you can look at alternatives, and to what extent you can improve the lifestyle of employees. So this is all about ESG. Any question? The floor is open. Maybe we can discuss on that.
Mike.
Good afternoon, sir. So my question is something related to the last session. So before stating my question, I would like to read up some statistics just to connect to the question. So I think so you might be aware about the Sustainable Development Goals, which was an initiative for 2015 to 2030, which was been initiated by United Nations. 193 countries took part in it. So for 2024, India is ranking in 109th position out of 193 countries. We are not even in the 100 list. So I just want to give a stats report on like total population today. We are 1.45 billion plus, and I came to know from the last session around 2.89 to 3% of them are paying direct taxes. So out of them, everybody can't be employed. So here, employment rate is, as per 2024, is 46.90%, and unemployment rate is 9.2%, and labor force participation is 50.20% out of them. So my question is that, like, there is a concept called regulatory compliance, you told, when it comes to direct taxes. So my question is that, like, why only 3% of the population is paying direct tax? Like, is there any forceful regulatory compliance can be applied here, so that we can take further initiatives for the sustainable development goals? Because for any plan to implement, there is a requirement of investment. So I just want to ask you, according to you, what do you suggest?
See, I'm not sure about the statistics, so maybe you would have got from the right source. But you need to also understand the way you can sit on this. You need to also understand the way economy works. In India, the majority of, rather the biggest sector is unorganized. Of course, unless you remove the metro cities, majorly it is unorganized. And second, from independence, we have been calling farmer as a backbone of the country. So majority of them still depends on agriculture. First, you can't tax agriculture. One. Second, with the population being so huge, it is impossible for neither government nor private to give employment. Right? It's all with, and it's again, for you to be sustainable, you need to find your own way of earning. With such 100 odd crore population, making each person pay tax is always a challenge. You are looking only about the income tax. Income tax maybe the salaried employees are paying, and business agencies, business communities are paying. There may be a big percentage which is not liable for income tax. But way back in 2017, we got a structure called goods and service tax. And goods and service tax taxes on the supply. So there is no way you can avoid supply. So with that, GST becomes a bigger, it has a bigger role to play. You may see a lot of questions being coming on that, but the whole concept of you get a credit and on that you have to pay a differential, that gives you the source for development. And there are lots of new things which has come in income tax. Very simple thing like you have new regime and old regime income taxes, and giving a basic exemption up to X amount has made sure that many people come into the tax bracket. Indirectly, people are coming to the tax bracket. If someone wants to go and borrow money, if they have not filed a IT returns, then they will not get the loan. So like that, things are coming. When I started my articleship way back in 2007, it was a hard copy return filing concept. Today it is a soft copy, and many of them know how to file the return. Life has become pretty simple, and today the salary has also increased. So this stage where India is, I can easily tell we are in a good time, and economy is growing. Definitely there will be increase in the tax rates also, but you will have teething issues. You can't help on that. There are so many things which are coming up. I can only tell I am very much faithful about my country. I am sure it is going to boom when everyone is facing challenges. India is one country which has been managing to survive and rather grow. Rather, it's not survival; it is growing. And with the new, our finance minister has announced that she'll come up with a new finance model. We need to see how it goes, and if it goes, there may be better ways of taxing it, and it has to happen at every level. Every person has to take that responsibility. I'm sure things will change. It has changed a lot, rather. If you see last 5 years and if you look at the percentage of increase, there is a change, but it will only increase. Of course, you have so many other factors to say certain things are not working. Keeping that aside, there is an improvement. Let us see how. And also another important thing is India has taken a stand. the tax rate in India for corporates is one of the least, rather cheapest. Today, Indian tax rate is around 22% to 25%. If you compare that with the developed countries, it's pretty cheap. So it is like the way it has been done is rather than making income tax a burden, as Chanakya had told in his Arthashastra, income tax should be something, it seems, the way he has told, a bee goes to a flower and plucks the ingredient, right? So flower doesn't hate it; it likes the way it does. So Chanakya has said tax should be something which should not impact the payer. I mean, with that concept, income tax is not. It's not. They are not going to implement income tax everyone, but GST has come. It has taken care. Today, the nation has the money. It can, if at all, it uses the money in a proper way. We can do a lot of things, and we are also seeing it. Hopefully, I answered. It was a very big response, but it's a concept. Yes, madam.
Investment in human resource. Otherwise, the sustainability. Because when we are talking about the profitability, whatever the cost of wages or whatever it's reduce the sustainability. But you told improve investment in human resource, improvise the sustainability. How far?
See, it is very simple thing. If I am able to keep my employees one in a good condition, in a happy condition, they'll continue with me. One. When I say improving, it is not only the salary. There are hundreds of things. Again, coming back to Infosys. Infosys is one of the first companies to provide free pickup and drop using BMTC buses from wherever they are. It's about investment on employees. I am providing them a benefit where they can come to my office without any hazard. Second, if I'm there were days where today what's happened, method of the multinational companies, they provide insurance not only to employees but to their parents. If I need to take care of my family, if I can give my time to my company, if I am carefree, rather I don't have to bother much about what's happening. So that if something goes wrong with the family, I have an insurance which will take care of it. So I don't have to invest, save so much of money just to manage my hospital charges. So I have an insurance. So these are all the different welfare things which I can do for my employees so that I can continue to grow. The only thing which a businessman has to do is he should look at what future I have. If he thinks about the future, he can get it executed from my employees. For my employees to execute, I need to make sure they are happy with my company. If I don't take care of my employees, they will always be thinking about there is a company which can give me 1,000 rupees more, I should jump there. If one employee leaves, if you want to replace that employee, you will spend more than the salary what you used to pay to him. You need to pay for HR agency, you need to pay for training, you need to pay for additional compensation which you give to them. So this affects your business growth. Second, having a strong employee force is a basic criteria. So in my language, I use the word investment. For me, whatever salary I pay to my employees is an investment for my future than a cost. That's how the economy understands it.
How investment is going for the cost?
I'm able to get the money. Today, if
I'm going to calculate whatever the tax payment or whatever it is improvisation based on the current year. The current year, whatever I'm going to face, particularly for investment, I put lot of investment in my employability for developing the employees. How I'm going to get benefit in that particular?
they are able to come up. Imagine if I'm a technology company, I'm investing a lot of money on training them on technology. They are able to come up with a new product. For example, last 2 months, Nvidia shares has grown like anything else. The whole reason is Nvidia is one company where the employees are trying to work on artificial intelligence based chip model, which is not there with their competitors. Since they invested so much on training and taking care of those employees, there is a result, and that result made sure Nvidia goes 3 times bigger than next competitor.
It's not a kind of contingent. It's not a kind of contingent.
It's not a kind of.
Contingent may or may not.
Madam, in life, everything is may or may not. I don't know whether I sustain for next half an hour. No. Profitability is also there. See, nobody, it's not that a businessman doesn't look at
And one
immediate
more thing
profitability.
about the law of demand. When prices increases, demand will increase. So that is not law of demand. So I think it's the exception of law of demand.
Which one? Which one?
Given law of demand, one point it is given. When prices increases, demand will increase.
No, no, no. Nowhere it says that. Law of demand is different. When demand increases, price will increase.
Actually, law of demand is price falls, demand will increase.
No, no, no. I think I beg to differ from you. It's about if a demand increase, price increases.
That is law of exception demand.
That I don't know, madam. Maybe you are the right person. I don't believe in that.
Price and demand, that's why it is a sloping downward curve.
I don't know. Yeah.
Sir, one question. Sir, as you said, in India, every listed companies, they have to prepare sustainability reporting.
Every listed who falls
Companies.
under first 1,000. As of now, top 1,000 which are liable for a sustainable business reporting. ESG is for top 250 companies.
How about small and medium size enterprises,
At
sir?
present, no, madam. In India, the way it happens is first government say, boss, it is recommended to you. Then they say, if these are the guidelines to you. Then they say these few people are liable. Then slowly they make everyone liable. It is not just. It is not like from August 31st, then it is September 1st. It happens over a period. Shortly, you will find. Maybe it will take, in my view, it will take at least 10 years for you to bring SMEs. That's it, no? Thank you.
Thank you for that wonderful and informative session, sir. I'm sure everybody will agree with me when I say 90 minutes is too short a time to discuss about sustainability. I request Dr. Nazreen Syed, Coordinator, School of Commerce, to kindly come up on stage to felicitate our esteemed speaker of the session. Sir, I request you to also accept a small token of our appreciation. Yes, sir, please come up on stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Participant, we will now be breaking for lunch. Please enjoy this time to relax and recharge. Lunch will be served in room number 310 on the third floor, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. Feel free to connect with your peers and make most of this break. Thank you all. Lunch will be served in room number 310, and we will reconvene at 2 p.m. in the same room. Thank you all. I'm sorry to stop you. I just wanted to share one input with you people. It's honored that more than 80 plus students of Jain are doing articleship with their company. So this was an input I just wanted to share with you people. Thank you.
founder partner of Venu and Vinay Chartered Accountants established in 2002. He ranked 45th in the CA final and holds certifications as Certified Information Systems Auditor, DISA, Business Valuation, Internal Audit, Fraud Detection, and Forensic Accounting. CA Venugopal completed a data analysis and business intelligence course at IIM and has served on the Indirect Tax Committee. He is a noted speaker on GST and technology and has authored GST handbooks and conducts workshops on GST automation. CA Venugopal has developed Excel utilities for GST, contributed to e-invoice systems, and has experience with VB.net, R, Python, and cloud applications like GST Zen and Tally on Wheels. Sir, I request you to take over the session. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here amongst the faculty members and that too from the commerce. So special thanks to the institution and the organizing committee for me having here and share some of my views, thoughts on this topic, which is the shape of the future of the commerce and how the tax is going to change with the use of the technology. Now, we commerce professionals are more with the numbers. We would be happy to understand or talk something on either some accounting standards or some debit and credits, or a little bit on income tax or the other subject. Technology is an area which is alien to us. We might be at the users of it, but not at the driving factor of being integral part of the technology. Today's session, I am going to walk you through from the government perspective, from the department perspective, how they are adopting technology, using technology. I would show some of the aspects of it. I would also talk about how taxpayer is using automation in their day-to-day compliances. I'm sure we are all teaching students who are going to be future, either an entrepreneurs or accountants or some way drivers of the business. We should also find a way in communicating to them as to how the future is shaping up, right? So on this note, let me start the session. These are the various things that I'm going to cover, which is on the department side, their automations that are happening, and on the taxpayer front, the automations that are happening. For most of us professionals, as I said, we understand debit, credit, and other aspects. If we talk about the terminologies like an RPA, an artificial intelligence, a machine learning, a deep learning, or blockchain, these sounds like a buzzword. Maybe 5 years earlier, when we have spoken this would be at a conceptual level. But today, the fact is, this is reality. This is no longer a buzzword. Whatever the terminologies that you are hearing or seeing, they are in life, they are being in use at various places. So I will start with how the department side this is being utilized. Let's start with customs department. Now customs has brought a handheld device. Let me just take you to the
led the way in automation by incorporating advanced technology into its operations to improve both efficiency and effectiveness. CBIC is now ready to launch a state-of-the-art tool that will integrate smoothly with its current systems, presenting the future of customs operations that's set to revolutionize the way customs officers work. The iStab handheld device. CBIC has always been committed to enhance the ease of doing business, and the iStab is a game changer. This innovative device gives examining officers mobile access to the ICES application right in the heart of the cargo shed. Officers can now conduct cargo examination and instantly submit their reports as soon as they finish while on the move. This real-time feeding of examination reports results in quicker cargo clearance. With the iStab, officers can easily enter examination reports through a user-friendly interface. Plus, they can capture and upload up to 4 photographs during their inspections, ensuring proper documentation while maintaining speed. iStab helps to store SSO ID of officer, date and time, latitude and longitude of place where photographs are taken. But that's not all. The iStab allows officers to preview photos, view bill of entry details, access RMS instructions, examination orders, and even upload documents to eSubject, the department's document repository. It's all about making their work easier and more efficient.
So let me pause here and come back to our session. So all those terminologies which I've referred are being in action and put in use. We'll go department by department and how they're using. If we look at customs, their main job is the goods that are getting imported into India, assess them, evaluate them, and see whether the appropriate duty is discharged or not, right? It's a little difficult for every container that comes into India, every container that comes in, break open the container, break open consignments, see whether the right items have been described or not. If you can imagine, most of you, when you have traveled to airports, your baggage are put under screener, someone is screening them and saying that, okay, they're good to go, right? Likewise, today, they're no longer opening any cargo shipments. The machines are doing it, and they're using the machine learning and deep learning technology. So if I have to put it in a simple, again, for as a commerceman, for us to understand, in a machine learning, we are inputting various features that would get extracted, and it gives a car or not a car, which is like a binary yes or a no. While in a deep learning, it is even more deeper. It is going to automatically do various characteristics because there are different types of the car and various other things. So it gets a little deeper into it. Now, the same technology is used when a screening of a cargo that happens. There are various bill of entries. So if you see on the screen, there are, like in the center box, there are a lot of small boxes that are there. The machine does the screening and plots them into some results, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. What does this mean? It immediately says that, okay, these goods can be out for clearance. These goods are required for assessment, which is classification issue. These goods should be examined for valuation issue. So it is classifying certain consignments and automatically assigning the jobs to the ICE gate officers or anyone who is in the customs, the CBIC officers, who are now, you have seen that the handheld devices. So they go with the device and they scan the product. Automatically, the system has the past data which would come up with this product could be this, because the duty rates vary, right? When you're like selling this as a reading material, which could be an exempt, which is a notebook, which is some taxable. So same product might have a multiple classification and multiple tax rates. For example, it's easy for us to say that this is a phone, mobile phone, and the tax of the mobile phone is applicable. But when the goods are brought into India in an CKD or an SKD form, so nothing is assembled, is completely knocked down or semi-knocked down, and in India there is, let's say, assembly factory that happens. So when I'm importing, the outer cover could be a plastic material. The glass component is something else. So the taxability is different, the classification is different. And these have to be assessed by the systems as to how we need to do the taxing of them. Because for the authority, what is more important is application of the right classification and right tax structure. So the systems are there now doing this job. Earlier, it used to be manual. Now, with the increase in the volume of transactions, when you do a manual, you're only doing a sample check. Like in the audit, we always say the job of the auditor is only sampling. You check sample and from there you make an assessment. But today, NAFRA, who is the external body who is doing a kind of a peer review, what the job is done by the auditor, right or wrong, they are saying that we are not happy with the test check. We want you to do 100% check. Imagine if someone has to do an audit of a small bank branch. I'm saying that audit of a bank branch. Millions of transactions exist. If you ask an auditor that you have to verify each and every transaction, pretty much not possible. We human mind, we cannot conceive if you have more than 5 numbers, we cannot do a correlation between those numbers. And you're asking an auditor to check whether is there any AML fraud, that there is not that one customer has deposited money into account and that has been given to some other loan account. That loan account had been made from an NPA to PA and the funds have been, further loan has been raised and again repaid back to the original borrower. How do you trace? In a normal way, when we do an audit, we say everything is good. But when systems do the audit, systems have an ability to check whether there is any anti-money laundering or not. So use of technology is kind of, you cannot detach from the tax professionals, not the tax departments. So this is how the customs are doing their assessments. There's a concept of refund of IGST when a customer leaves out of India. We always say export of goods and services are permitted and not the taxes. That is why exports are zero rated. Now, a customer from abroad who is coming here, when he is going back, he can claim a refund of the GST that he has paid on the goods, provided that the bills are being submitted. Earlier, there was no mechanism to validate the origin of the bill and genuineness of the transaction. Today, there's a concept of e-invoice. That means on a real-time basis, a business, whenever they're issuing an invoice to another business house, they generate an e-invoice. That means on a real-time data is reported to the government. Earlier, 5 years back, in India, IRCTC was considered as one of the government entity where there are voluminous of the transactions that happen. But today, GSTN, which holds billions of records, every business to business invoice that happens in India, on a real-time basis, it is tracked and traced. And the customs is implementing an blockchain technology to grant the refunds to the customers who are going abroad. So they do not want to take a risk that the transaction is original, verified or not. Now, what is a blockchain technology? In a simple way, if I have to explain, when we give marks to the students, now we ask them to go get signature from your parent. There's a chance that they may overwrite the marks which is handwritten. But if the same marks are digitized and they are uploaded, the student has no ability to, unless he hacks it, has no ability to tamper which is visibly on a digital mode. Likewise, your blockchain works. Your blockchain is kind of an authenticating that whatever the slip or the transaction that you are seeing is right and valid. So at the customs clearance, now the sale would have happened, he would have purchased some product here in Bangalore and he is boarding the flight from Delhi. A gatekeeper at Delhi, he doesn't need to have super knowledge to verify and validate the transaction. With this blockchain technology, they would easily be able to handle the transaction. Again, they're introducing technology there. When it coming to GST assessment, they have deployed an AI. I'm sure it should be there in 6 months from now. Now, what they are doing is they are doing a multiple correlation, both inward, outward, or is there as a bill trading, etc., and bringing up a concept called profile screening, red, amber, green. So out of so many taxpayers, 1.4 crore taxpayers in India, when I say taxpayers, I'm talking from the GST perspective, that the GST registered users, we have 1.4 crore users. Now, when you are going there and buying some goods from a shop, how do you know that he is a well-compliant taxpayer? Right? Is there a mechanism? The answer is no. So they are giving now a facility that the moment you enter the GST number, you will see the compliance rating. Like how when you book a ride in Ola or Uber, you have some rating for the driver. You see maybe 4.5, 4.9, etc. Let's say if some driver is rated at 2, you wouldn't be comfortable sending your kid along with that cab driver, right? Likewise, if you see a taxpayer who's been marked as a red in the GST portal, this means he is a risky taxpayer. So you better be aware when you're buying goods or services from them, because you might not get an input tax credit on time. So that means businesses are given information on a real-time basis. Not just about the taxpayer. Today you might be seeing in the newspaper that they have once in a while, once in a month, you will see someone has busted 1,000 crore racket, 500 crore racket, so much of the tax evasion has been identified. How is this happening? And they are now talking about a transaction of the financial year 1819 and 1920. That means with the technologies that have been deployed, so they use Advite, so advanced analytics and information system, DGRAM, so Director General Risk, they have built their own tools. What does these tools do? They are doing a risk analysis of the fraudulent transactions. Now, let me put back into a layman language. System has an ability to trace up to 8 levels upward or downward where the goods have moved or services have moved. Today, if I am selling this phone, I would have bought from X, he would have bought from Y. System will kind of tell from where the goods have originated and from where the goods are going. So system knows if you are in place of Bangalore, what are the inward goods coming and what are the goods outward going. If you are saying something else, system will on a real-time basis, it will say it is fraud. Like today, we know this hall has a capacity to accommodate say 100, 150 faculty. But someone reports erroneously 1,500 faculty attended. It's an easy to catch, right? Because you know about the room capacity and everything. But we are talking about billions of transactions happening on a daily basis. Now, on a daily basis, when it is happening, the systems are alert enough to say whether the sale that is being reported is right or wrong. That means the products he has information with the department, the buyer whom he is selecting, information is there with the department. So department can tell whether the buyer is a right buyer or not, the products that have been sold are right products by him or not, does this product exist with him or not. System hasn't touched their books of accounts, they haven't even come to their premises, but still they can say that how truthful this transaction is. This is what being deployed, And with this, they are now tracing if there are any circular trading, if there are any bill trading. What does bill trading means? Mal idhar jayega is like I've sent the bill here, goods somewhere. So in an unorganized sector, I've sold the goods, and where there is no sale reported, I'm just issuing the bill to someone in an organized sector who is just taking the credit of it. Let my sale be only 1 lakh, the sale continues to be same, but I've sold goods to someone, bill to someone. System has an ability to catch it. Today, there's a Vahan portal which is integrated. I'll come in a while. They use something called SNA and graph theory, which is social network analysis and a graph theory application. What does this do? This correlate, today's systems are data hunger. This correlates the data from various places. When we say a social network analysis, system is going to read your Facebook posts. It's going to read your LinkedIn posts. It's going to read where all the business magazines a name of yours have come. Fund houses, the funds that have come into you. Stock markets, the how the prices which are going up and going down to you. Glass door communication in the social media, what the employees are talking about you. So without even coming to you, I can tell you how many number of employees are there in your organization by name. I will be able to tell you, right? I can always tell all this information. So taking a cue from all the social network analysis information that is available. Second, under section 150 of the act, there is an information exchange. That means between the government entities, the information will get exchanged. What is it? Let's say they have, like income tax department, you log into an income tax account, it will show there is something called AIS and TIS. It will show all the tax related information which you have conducted. Might not be, there is no TDS in it, but the volume of the shares that you have done, the properties that you have purchased, all other information that it would be showing. The remittance that you have done abroad, the cash deposits into the bank beyond 10 lakhs. So the STA forms have amended, now that has become 5 lakhs. So all those transactions are integrated. Electricity department data is integrated. The travel records are integrated. Mines and geology, where the quantum of the minerals that have been extracted and sold are integrated. Now this information is integrated and stored at one place. That means I am not looking, even before I touch you for the assessment, how much income that you declared, my system will all, even without even seeing your return, my system will say, this person should have so much income. If I'm spending, let's say 50,000 rupees on electricity bill, let's say I have a small bakery unit, system will say if it is a power consumption is at 50,000 rupees, that means the production should be at around 10 lakhs worth goods produced with a margin of 50%, the sales should be 15 lakhs per month is what system has already pre-fed that information. If the PF records show that the number of employees in this organization is 50 and they're into so and so category, so much should have been their sales. There is a profit ratios that have pre-fed. System knows whether you are a wholesale trader or a retail trader. All that information is available with the system. So the tax departments are updated with the technology and information. IGST on refunds, I have spoken. A little bit, let me talk about e-waybill related automation. We all know e-waybill, I'm sure all of you would have heard of, right? Like when the goods are moving from one place to another place where the value is more than 50,000, businesses are expected to generate a waybill for the movement, just to validate that this transaction is a valid transaction. Now, today, the Vahan portal is integrated with all the toll plazas. Every time when a vehicle moves, it gets a real-time update on so-and-so vehicle has moved. You know, with the integration of the toll plaza, which so-called now everything, it's a cashless, banks' recovery of vehicle loans have moved up. you will find all these seizures who will try to catch the vehicles are on those highways. Whenever a vehicle which is a blacklisted in the bank database is just crossed the toll, and your toll has highlighted that so and so vehicle has crossed, just on the way the seizure would stop the vehicle and say, hey, you defaulted on the loan, please pay it. Now look at the power of the information. Likewise, an officer, GST officer, who is standing on the road stopping a vehicle and levying a penalty, it is not his intellect, he knows that something is wrong with the vehicle. The portal has been designed for him, which will give on his screen dashboard, it might not be visible to you, on vehicles that are from the toll at a toll point, half an hour before, what are all the vehicles which are coming towards him or which have crossed the toll and moving outside. Does those vehicles have they generated any e-way bill or not? It will also draw the pattern of the route from the different tolls that has crossed, and it will tell what is the vehicle. If someone has generated e-way bill with saying carrying cashew and kaju from this location, which is ideally not a growing state, then it will say that stop this and see, find why they are sending cashew and kaju from Ballari, which otherwise should have been some iron and or raw material that should have gone. So the systems have been fed. It has been fed to so much extent saying that when you stop a vehicle, these many bills would be there. You just need to pick this bill. This is likely to be a recycled bill. All right. So, and all these reports, there is a host of reports that are available on the desktop of it. I'm not getting into details of it. Let's move to something more important. When the department comes for the audit, erstwhile the department used to say that get me some sales invoice register, purchase invoice register, give me sample copy of the books, all those things they used to tell. Now the department is equipped. When the officer who is coming, he will ask a simple question, what is your books of accounts? You may say Zoho, Tally, SAP, B1, whatever. Looking at the answer, there is one tool loaded onto his system. He will say, okay, give me an access to your data. I will see your records later. Give me an access to your data. That's all he is going to ask. Once he connects with his system, and there are a lot of CAT tools that are being loaded, computer aided audit assisting tools, we call it as CAT, which will automatically give the information to the tax officer saying that so much information is there. So the audit by the department is again automated. So they are not going to look at each of those record and ask so many questions. Even that is automated. And the graphs are, the concept of two-dimensional graphs has lost its merit age back. Those histograms and those pie charts that we see, that has lost its relevance. Today, people talk about three-dimensional, four-dimensional, five-dimensional charts. The moment which I'm seeing a chart, it should communicate to me in multi-fold. It should communicate to me in a multi-fold. Like, for example, there's some kind of the graph that you are seeing. There is a histogram, there is a line graph, and in between some dots with the color. So the strength of the line would indicate something. The color would indicate something. So today, the graphs which are being presented are not just a two-dimensional graph, those are multi-dimensional graph. So it is automatically prepared on the system. And as I said, if you've been given with an Excel sheet which has some 1,000 records, you really don't know what you have to do, where you have to start with. But straight away, I'm giving you some information like this. So much is the sales, and last two columns, it is predicted to be so and so. And you actually compare with the actual data. The officer is much aware that whether the taxpayer, is he saying a truth or is he lying some information to you. And when he enters the taxpayer information with the information exchange that is available, the interconnected data is automatically also spooled into the officer's dashboard. That means officer is empowered and he is doing more and more research in your audits. So today an SSC will not escape easily from a department officer saying that, okay, whatever I've shown or given is correct. Technology has taken a lot into the departments when they are doing the audits. All right, let me again, I'll only touch some important aspects. Yeah, issuance of notices. So I said 1.4 crore taxpayers are there under GST. All the 1.4 crores are being assessed or audited regularly for some or the other aspects. Whole of 1.4 crore SSS put together, there is 1.4 lakhs officers. Now, the ratio is huge in terms of auditing them, but on a real-time basis, they generate notices issued to the taxpayer if a turnover is not declared or declared at a different time in interval or declared as a different product, or if they have availed an exemption while they are not available for, or if they have sent the goods somewhere and issued an invoice somewhere, or they're just claiming some fake credit note saying that these goods have returned after the sale that has happened, or they're bundling this transaction and putting a color as a different thing. These are system generated classification of the notices which have been generated automatically basis the data that has been filed. And there are various forms which are there in the act to issue notices. But look at this, all of these are transaction level. So sitting somewhere, they are doing this kind of analysis and issuing of the notices. While the input tax credits that they avail, the businesses are eligible for input tax credits. Are these credits are eligible? Are they fake credits? Have they availed the credits within the time or not within the time? These credits which they are availing, did the corresponding party have they shown in their sales register or not? It might be matching at a PAN level, but between the GST number, it is not matching. A transaction that should have been a cross charge, because after GST coming in, the states have lost major chunk of income which was VAT converted into GST as GST portion of it. So they are highly relying on the data which is furnished by the GSTN. Today, the revenues of the state predominant, if you see the budget of each state government, other than the property tax receipts and some other local body taxes, the major share of the revenue that the government gets is from the SGST. That means states are also looking at, is my state the information, has it been rightly given or not? Even that is automated. Other aspects on terms of registration, e-bill, all those things, they are doing it on a real-time basis. All right. So I'll try completing by 3:15. We can take some Q&A. Now, what is taxpayer doing? Given that so much automation is happening from the department side, so many notices are being handled by the systems, assessments handled by the system. What is the taxpayer doing? Taxpayers' automations have gone multifold. What if we see that what has happened by the department is marvelous, the taxpayers' side, it has gone to a level above. First, the transaction posting. There is a difference between an accountant and a data entry operator. Most of you, when you have gone to the malls, when person who is making a sale, doesn't understand anything about a debit or a credit. All that they do is they select the product, press some 2-3 buttons, and raises an invoice. So the person who is raising an invoice, he is not an accountant, and he is raising an invoice in his POS machine, which is getting accounted in some other software elsewhere. The concept of debit credit is gone. It is all the transactional, the menus are driving the accounts. Person who is making the payment, someone has approved, the material has come, so the GRN is automated in the system, quality is checked, basis the GRN, the PO matching is done, automatically purchase entry gets posted within the scheduled timeline. It shows up on the finance guy desk saying that these are the bills due for payment. He looks at the bank statement, bank balance that is available, and selects the records, make the payment. Once he makes the payment, OTP goes to say MD or an approver. He enters the OTP. Once the payment is done, an entry is posted into the books automatically. So concept of debit and credit is replaced. So there is now a clear demarcation between when you say an accountant, so the expectation, the visibility is high. They are not looking at data entry operators as an accountant. So someone who is raising a sales invoice or purchase invoice is no longer an accountant. They are the data entry operators. There's a given systems, there are screens, they process on the screens. On one click of a button, invoice gets generated, e-waybill gets generated, returns that you need to file with the government like GSTR1, GSTR3B is automated and it gets filed with the government portal. The reconciliations that we normally do between the vendor and the customer, get the bank statement or ledger statement and reconcile, those are fetched and it is done automated. So what are the business houses are doing? How are they automating their tax systems? Most of us who are in terms of the statistical teaching or anything, we are familiar with this terminology that anything that has happened, when you describe about it, it is descriptive analysis, and you diagnose why this has happened. Basis the data, you would predict this is likely to happen. This is called predictive analysis. And if something is happening on a real-time basis, you analyze and give some solution. This is prescriptive analysis. These are the various statistical tools, and like to predict, you may use ARIMA model, ARIMAX, whatever. So you are using some models to predict. There is a data which has happened, you are describing by way of line chart, graph chart, or some pie chart. So today, the analytics has taken a pivotal role. So the most of the accountants today in the corporate world, if they are not aware of this, they are stagnated, their growth, or they're like outdated. Business management doesn't want someone who does just a debit credit to come and talk to them. They want someone to come and talk to them in this language, explaining them what happened, why did it happen, what will happen if this has happened, what should I do? Now you may say, isn't it someone else's role? Is this what the accountant's role? Today, the expectation is this is the accountant's role. That means an accountant should have some tools and technology with him that he will be able to do it. How are they using? So when I say an ASP or a GSP, they're called application service providers. So there are a lot of service providers. You think, name any application, there is a service provider who is out there building some tool or a technology for the business house to automate themselves. Today, the management doesn't wait for a tapal to come and say that, hey, you got one notice. The moment a notice is uploaded, let's say in Chandigarh region, the notice is uploaded, I'm a CFO here. In my dashboard, automatically a tool will check PF department, GST department, income tax department. It will keep every day, it will check, are there any new notices? If the notices have come, it will download and put it on my dashboard. And they are not just that. I'm sure most of you are now got used with this chat GPT, right? I'm sure some of you, the students, while making their submission of the assignments, earlier project reports used to be kind of previous year seniors project report, Control C, Control V, change the company name, change my name, change some text. Today's project report, forget senior, give it to chat GPT. I've been given this assignment, this company, this is the project, build me a report to me. In 2 minutes, it will give 200 pages. Now, that's the era in which we are in. There's nothing wrong about it, right? Today, the GPTs are so powerful. So the GPT stands for, it is pre-trained generated text. Okay, it is pre-trained with some text which is generating based on that. And there's so much data hunger that if you remember, there's the movie Robo 2, right? The Rajinikanth. When one of the scene, someone was asking that what is your capacity? Like he will pick the telephone directly on the top of it. He'll say he flip like this. Yeah, I know. That's it. That's all. And you may say movie like it is hyped. But the reality is that 2 minutes it is doing a 200-page project report. Trust me, when it printed and see, you will find like everything is like real, and you would be amazed. Oh, okay, that's such a good work that person has done. So that means it has an ability to generate so much pre-trained text. And today we are talking about GPT-4, and we are talking about LLM, large language model. But the kind of the work which we are in commerce, the thing, small language models are itself sufficient. We don't need GPT-4. GPT-3 is sufficient. What's coming is GPT-5, where the quantum computing is integrated into the GPT-5. Like if you have someone have seen Marvel's movie, the ant story, and how they talk about how minute the particle is, the possibility of doing bigger things are possible. GPT-5s are built on that. And when a notice is received, you don't really need to do anything. As a businessman, you will put the notice into that box. Box will analyze first what happened, notice has received. Diagnose why did it happen. In the books, your sales was 1 crore. Erroneously, the accountant has reported it as 1 lakh. Okay, what will happen if I don't report? It will say within 7 days, if you don't report, bank attachment will happen. Okay, what can I do? It will say, here is your draft reply to this notice. Kindly fill and submit it. Systems are there to do all of this, and business houses are adopting it. If we don't preempt in our teachings, saying that out there, this is what is there. Not just the debit credit. Today, the debit credit has taken in real terms, actual application in the business is only 30 to 40%. Beyond that, they need their ability of the soft skills, their ability of the management skills, their ability of independent analysis of what happened, why did it happen, what do I do now, all these things. This is what is required. So the tools are doing automatically integrating with their application to government application and talking to each other. And we call this as API, application program interchange. Data in one form automatically goes to another form. No longer this concept of prepare the data in Excel and upload. Gone are the days that has lost its relevance. Filing of returns is automatic. Downloading data from the portal is automatic. The RPA tools, whether UiPath or any of that, has automated this process. Let's say if someone's job on a daily basis is to download the attendance register, look which of the student who is absent, send a communication into the WhatsApp to the parents saying the students are absent, create a class-wise group, talk to the teacher, what are the subjects that got covered today, put it into the respective group saying that, okay, today's chapters covered is so much, which is a standard routine process of an executive assistant, a personal assistant's job. These jobs have gone. The RPS have come. They are doing this job, and such a beautifully they do. They don't make mistakes. Like systems have no bias. They don't make these systems. So systems are doing this job. If we think that these systems are eating our jobs, answer is yes. But it will eat all those people's job who thinks that this system is idiot, redundant, no use. Nothing can replace human brain. Absolutely nothing can replace human brain. But how many of you will now, given that in an Excel, I'm sure everyone would have seen Excel and would have used, How many of you will stop using a sum function in Excel, saying that if I apply a sum function, my mental calculation will go wrong? The 100 lines, I will still put it on calculator, pen and paper, calculate and put it in total. Will we think of it? Will we think that if I do that way, my ability is going off? The answer is no. But if you don't use it, if you imagine situation that you don't use that sum function and you do calculate it manually, what will be your fate compared with your peers? Imagine how will you be treated in terms of your ability when it is compared with your peers. The same is going to happen if you are not going to use. Hello sir, so next session speaker is there. So if you are not going to use these tools, the fate of yours would also be the same. If you say that, okay, these GPTs and all are not of my cup of tea, whatever, these analysis, I would still do manually. Why should a system do these analysis? If you say that, those are the people whose job is definitely at risk, who says that I don't trust that there is a GPT that which will do better. Of course, GPT will not do better than you. And the right term which they use in the computer world, they call the GPTs as assistants. Now, they never use the word GPT as the super boss. Imagine a principal or head of a department doing all the work. Not possible. You have assistants who will do some work. They come to you, you review their work and approve, saying that, okay, go ahead. Even the GPTs are also in the same way. They build something, they do something, and you will say that, okay, go ahead, right? So you need to have also a system knowledge when you will use this. Now, let me, another 10 minutes, I will complete my session and we can look for the Q&A, where you can think of this GPTs in your day-to-day life. First, document review and management, where the business houses are using. As an auditor, if I go to audit a client, I am only going to see his sales register. I will see his customers. I will plot it into a matrix, month-wise, customer-wise. I will see the sales, and I will be happy with that number. I do not have a time to read what is the contractual agreement that has been entered with the customer. Like in IFRS, it is not right to recognize the sale value as 100 rupees if I sold to customer A for a 30 days credit, and if I sold to customer B with 1 year credit. To the customer which I have sold for 1 year credit, there is an interest component integrated into it. That means I just need to find out if there is any split contract in it. Now, do I have an ability to read, even if there are 10 customers, read all those 10 customer contracts, read all those 15 vendor contracts, read all those 50 employees engagement letters, if there are any ESOPs that are missing or that are exist or not? I will not be able to do it. Humanly not possible. Humongous task. But give it to the system. Ask queries. And by the way, when you go to the chat GPT, again, chat GPT is garbage. I would always say that you should use specific GPTs. In the chat GPT, when you go to the explore GPTs, there are GPTs which have been built exclusively to do certain works. For example, you might not do Google to check whether you have some complicated disease or not, right? You might use Google to check whether fever, crocin tablets, some tablets are certain things. GPTs are also like that. You can't use chat GPT for any specific knowledge question that you have. You got to go to a specific GPT. And that is why GPTs have this concept called hallucination. So it has to give you some answer. It will give some or the other thing, whether right, it doesn't really care, right? So people also should know how to use the GPTs. So there are GPTs specifically designed to read the contracts. There are GPTs which will say, after reading the contract, can you give me more insights to it? Let's take a simple example. There is a direct tax code which is likely to come, so which is going to give you a good job for reading the whole of the direct tax code against the Income Tax Act 1961. If it was, say, 5 years back, it used to be a big work. But today, after the direct tax code is there, you have income tax, you have this 5 heads of income, can you plot me, like you might be super good. You ask me section 43A income tax, you know it. But what is the relevant section in direct tax code? You don't know. What is the exact gist in income tax and what was in direct tax code? You might not know. So you can now use these specific GPTs, which will aid you in your direct tax code. Maybe in the new code, these cases would hold good, not hold good. All those it is going to do. It is going to do the entire research analysis. GPTs can be used there. It can be used for predictive analysis. As I said, that example of the notice which has come, 1 lakh you have filed with 1 crore, it can automatically predict the data which was there in the books was this. So it is going to do a prediction, and it is also going to give you a risk assessment. If you have not filed the reply to this notice so and so time, within so and so time, what is it going to happen? It is going to give you. So the GPTs have those ability. Now, I said the GPTs also can aid you in replies. So we call it as the GPT specific for case preparation. So it will aid to draft. So it can give you some draft. Remember that project report, 2 minutes, 200 pages. If 200 pages project report can be given, I just could put a notice saying that this is the notice. Can you draft a reply to me? That it is going to do it. It is easily going to do a basic draft. Again, as I said, it is an assistant. You can never rely on the data that all that is coming out of it. Like in my office, there are 250 people. All of them, they are the one who is doing the work. But they do the work, come to me, and I review. If I'm okay, I'll pass it on. These are also like an assistant. It does a draft of it. So you should have the knowledge of the specific domain. You read that data, you will make your corrections. So you have saved all your time, whatever which otherwise you were supposed to do. And it can do the scenario simulation. If I use this case law, to what extent it is relevant to me, what extent it is not relevant to me, it is also going to do that scenario simulation. More importantly, when scenario simulation is happening, it will give you your logical thinking. We may say that, okay, how do I make productive use of it? 3 days job, the GPT will do in 3 hours. So that means you have a rest of 2.5 days to research yourself, to increase your knowledge. Like while I was passing through, I was reading some of the articles, very well written. It's like when you're free, you please keep reading. That's the best thing that you will always have yourself. So now when you have the extra time that you have, you can enhance your knowledge, saying that, okay, if this is what, so what else can happen? That is what the GPTs are going to aid you. Prescriptive analysis, it's something when happens, what should I do on a real-time basis? It is going to help. Client communication. Today, people have adopted GPTs for the communication. You can draft your own letter to any of the students or anything, put it into the chat, ask it to correct it. It will going to rephrase it, put a right words, and it is going to give you. So it is going to help you in giving you a right information. Today, offices have built bots. Bot has become quite common. Imagine this institution, there's so many materials, so many case studies, so many research papers that would have published. You want to set up one simple, let's say, questionnaire. There are already questions on, say, one subject, let's say ratio analysis, which has been set. There were some case studies that have been done. Bot can navigate from so much of the data that is available. It can say, hey, in this folder, this file, there was one paper on ratio analysis. Do you want to look at it? So you don't need to figure out and trace it. Amongst the data that is available, bot is going to do it. I'm sure most of you would have experience when you logged into, say, IRCTC or a bank. When someone greets on the portal, a message box pops up. No one other side is chatting with you, a physical person. It is a bot who is chatting. 90% of your questions would be resolved by the bot. If you have, let's say, I have a complaint, I have raised a ticket, I don't know what happened to it. It will ask you the ticket number. The moment you give it, it will trace back. First, it will trace searches whether you are the genuine or not. It will search back from its database and gives an answer. That is what people are doing on a real-time basis. So that's what happening out there in the world. So in our teachings to the students, we need to also emphasize on how the technology is being used and adopted. Again, on the training and development today, earlier maybe students used to rely on YouTube for looking at some videos. The GPTs have an ability to give a logical reasoning and explanation why this has happened. Complex case studies, complex case laws. Any Supreme Court judgment, let's run into 300, 400 pages. So you don't have time to read it. Bring it to the bot, it will give you in 3 pages. Read it. You want to know the important synopsis. You want to look at hearing, the other side hearings, what happened. You start asking with those specific questions. Now it has in the memory that information. It will start answering with you without some information. Having your personal assistant in your training and development is very much important. And if you are not having it, if you are not adopting, trust me, you are at a losing end. You are not at the front runner in giving the right thing to the next generation students, right? So these are the things that I wanted to give the submissions on the tax related technologies that are happening around. I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Anyone? Was it too boring? Completely went out. There's been good amount of silence. Generally, we expect when we teach students to ask some questions. Right now, for me, you're students. I know you're a faculty. Perfect. If no questions, you have more time for your tea break, and next session speaker is also here. So once again, thanks to the institution for giving me an opportunity. Thank you, everyone. If you still have a question, you can always reach to me. My email ID is venu@pme.ca, and I'll be happy to share anything on the latest developments. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sanjay sir.
Thank you, sir, for your insights on tax tech and automation in taxation system. Going beyond the debits and credits of accounting will definitely bring technology into teaching. Thank you so much, sir. We have with us speaker of the next session, CA Sanjay Dariwal. I welcome you, sir. We also have with us Dr. Shraddha Kanwar, ma'am. It is my privilege to introduce Shraddha Kanwar, ma'am. Dr. Shraddha Kanwar is Chief Academic Officer, Jain Deemed Tube University, Jain Group of Institutions, Bangalore. With a 26 years varied experience in academia and industry, she is extensively engaged in research focused on the changing paradigm of education in the techno-cognitive era, ranging from talent development to digital enablement, and finally constructing the transformative ecosystems around emerging spheres of learning sciences. Having completed PhD in liberal arts, she has involved interest in emerging technologies with competencies endorsed from Parsons School of Design, Boston Consulting, Duke University, University of Virginia, University of Cambridge, Copenhagen Business School, and Aeon Habit Asia. I welcome you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Shraddha Kanwar, ma'am, to felicitate CA Venugopal, sir. I request sir to please accept the token of gratitude. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Shraddha, ma'am, to please address the gathering.
Thank you so much. Very good afternoon. Mr. Venugopal, I think the questions are not asked because I think what you presented was so beautifully articulated, and I think we all understood, including me. I was, I think, fascinated to understand that the world of finance can be so interesting. You all are much more akin to this particular environment. So I'm sure it has been even more informative and enriching. Like I told Dr. Sharmila, I will keep this very brief, but I just wanted to congratulate the research cell of School of Commerce, Samshodhana, Dr. Neelima, Dr. Sheetal, Dr. Sharmila, and everybody who's organized this wonderful faculty development workshop. And I think all of you audience members who have had, I'm sure, a long day, but you seem very energized still. So I'll, not talk about business, finance, and commerce, because that's what you're hearing from the experts. And we have another great expert sitting here. All I want to say is that, the world is definitely transforming, and there are 4 key drivers towards future proofing, because that's the theme of the FTP as well. So future proofing and innovation. And I think just when you refresh yourselves and when you go back, these 4 takeaways will be very critical. First, of course, is digital technology, automation, no doubt, because I think it's a wonderful time to kind of just offload your mechanistic, your very mundane things, as well as to enrich it with so much of visualization and exciting representation and insight. So technology definitely is going to rule the world of commerce and anything which is going to be innovative in the world of business tomorrow. The second is, I think we should also recognize the changing geopolitical landscape, right? We are talking about the global south. We're talking about India being so iconically moving towards becoming the third largest economy, 5 trillion. Our dreams are soaring. And I think that's beautiful. I mean, it's such a good time to be part of this beautiful country and to contribute towards the commerce, towards the future of our nation. The third is going to be the experience, because I think today we're talking about business, and business is in the experience economy. So everything from storytelling to personalized, commerce, to really uplifting our spirits in terms of what is meant for us, it's going to become very, very critical. So that's also going to be interlinked, including the personalization of what we just saw in terms of data, in terms of metadata, the interlinkages. And interconnectedness is the 4th driver, because without interconnectedness, nothing is going to be possible. So today we operate in a very systems design mode as an institution, as an economy. We're talking about a lot of things which will come through, transparency of, whether it's financial data or otherwise as well. But interconnectedness, and because we believe in the university learning processes as well, to create students, to create scholars who will be future professionals, who will be probably, what we call completely adept at doing everything, right? So that full stack finance professional or business professional that we are creating, we have to nurture. And I was just reading somewhere when I was talking to the students of law, that commercial law is going to change. Why? Not because commerce is changing or law is changing. No, because we're going to have 3D printed manufacturing. So when we have 3D printed manufacturing, the supply chain dynamics change, right? Firstly, you were creating something, then it was getting transported. So every law was around that mechanics. Now, when it's 3D printed, it will be the data which will be, transported or transferred, and you will be printing the product. So really fascinating words. I think all of you are going to be the torch bearers. So congratulations for participating in this workshop, and have a lovely evening as well as a great tea time, I think, for all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the inspiring words. And now we'll have a tea break of 10 minutes, and the tea is arranged outside. We'll gather back after 10 minutes. Thank you.